Yes, yes, yes. I was just good. Are you on in this class? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, right. We're in 709. Oh, okay. It's like, yeah. About 9 o'clock, he's sometimes, he's good. I'm done. I'll go to bed, the next thing I remember, probably about 1 morning, I go back. And then that's the next thing I know, it's 6:30. Yeah. It was like, yeah, the switch. It's, I mean, it's. Yeah, okay, this is what I would we're really worried about the top of that day. I knew about that. This is the comment he was there. I thought it was okay. Take some challenges to me. Okay, bye. Wednesday, my son talks about it. Next, that we get right. Yeah. That's fine. She doesn't realize that. My two older friends. I made one. My stomach will tell you today. Yeah. I'm on. Sometimes I do better if I watch it. And then some later. First year I came, I didn't know I gotta come over here. I've got 12. Yeah. Reading your conscience. And I won't call yeah. Okay, so, and that's pretty much and so I have to, yeah, so they said, why did you so honest? Something
They just don't want to be part of it.
I think she wants to talk to you at the door.
You coming? Well, no, you'll never make one, so I know you're not coming in. Some people like to do things that are other than socks, and other people only make socks.
Everybody has different interests.
I saw it yesterday.
We can start whenever.
We'll start on right on top, because somebody might be just walking in. Good morning.
Don't need this right
And I'll just go there and hand them the dog.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, it's time to start. And I don't like to yell, so you have to be quiet. What I'm making is, I sent them a picture. They called it a troll. I call them gnomes. But they're just little dolls that you can make on any size cylinder and any size hat. I started making hats because I make boo-boo socks. So a lot of us, we hang our hem.
What's a boo-boo sock?
A sock that I put a boo-boo in. A mistake.
Oh.
So I'm knitting, I hang my hem and I start my foot and I get to the heel and I screw it up.
Oh, okay.
I don't take it out. That becomes a hat.
Okay.
And those hats you can use for many things. You can use them to make something like this, or if you sell your stuff, they're American Girl doll hats, but I don't tear them out. I'm too lazy to do that. So and because of that, the hats are different sizes. So you can make it short, tall. This little guy has a long one on him because I was just practicing that a tube. So what we're going to do, how we do the gnomes, I almost wasn't going to bring my machine because I made an assumption that everybody knew how to hang a hem, but I'm going to show you how to hang a hem. You have your scrap yarn on, and then you switch to your project yarn, and depending on which size I'm making is how many rows I put before I hang the hem. I have a 36 compound on here. I chose to do the demo with the 36 compound because, again, I'm lazy, and I would rather hang a hem with 36 stitches than a hem with 60 stitches when I'm doing a demo. And on the instructions, I talk about a 36, a 48, a 54, a 60. You can do a 64 without any problem. I put a styrofoam ball in the inside, and it's the size of the styrofoam ball that determines, or what the size of your cylinder determines what size of the styrofoam ball. So if you have a 60, you could put a little bit bigger one in, or probably the same ball that I use for the 60 slot. That's the size difference. So I'm going to crank for this one. I think I'm cranking 16 rows. And the compound is a little trickier. FYI, I use this thing right here that spins when I have a cone that's getting low on the yarn because it wants to kind of go flying on me otherwise. So it just holds it in there for me.
So that's kind of like a lazy Susan type of thing for your...
Yes.
And where did you find that?
Where did I find it? I found it at a fiber event. Knitters use them, and I think they're actually more people use them.
They have plastic ones.
Okay. I think more people use them when they're using the cakes, but I use it for this. So and I just did not knit. See, when you're doing a demo, you got to make sure you screw up. So I just did, and I'm not going to fix it. And part of the reason this is messing up right now is I have a heel down here, and I don't have an extra weight to hold where that heel was, so it's not getting pulled. Plus, this is just not knitting. Why are you not knitting? Okay. This compound cylinder is a little finicky if the tension is too tight or not tight enough. But I'm showing you the principle. I'm not showing you how to fix mistakes. We'll be here all day.
She doesn't fix them, she makes half of it.
Yeah. So, oh.
Do you want me to get you a full one?
No. No. I have my regular weight down there. It just needs that little bit extra. Don't watch. This compound, if there's too much pressure on the needles, the butts pop out. So ever so often it does that, and then I have to kind of loosen it a little bit. So I have my 16 rows. Take my weight off. Reach down, pick my loop, and slide it over. And I do one on either side of my start needle.
Can you show us the line of stitches that you're picking from? Is it possible for the camera for you to,
I don't know.
your left hand is kind of in the way.
Okay, let me take it off. Maybe. Yeah, that one's going to stay on.
Perfect.
Is this
Um,
a lot better? Okay.
And I'm struggling because I usually have a light right down on top of this, and I don't. I kind of, well, I start mine different because I make sure I hook two with my scrap yarn. So then I come down to where my tail is, and I slide down and find the one that looks the closest. And that's the one that I'll put one on either side. I may be off a stitch, but I don't care. I'm not a type A personality when it comes to these. And then I just pick up the stitches as I go. And I can't see a dang thing here, so I don't know if I'm picking up the right ones, but it won't matter. It's not going to matter for what we're doing.
Probably pluck.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is a teaching you the principle, not teaching you the perfection. And this piece here that I just flipped to the inside, it's going to stay to the inside and nobody will ever know it because it's inside that hem. It's not going to affect anything. You go around, hang this silly hem. Last year I did a demo with my snowmen and my Santa Clauses. I dropped stitches. If you named it, I could make it go wrong last year. So I had to make sure I did something not right this year.
I can relate to that.
So and you come around until your needles are kind of not all the way up. And then I put my weight back on. Some people don't bother putting the weight back on. They just pull down with their hand, but I put my weight back on. And then I use my fingers to hold here just as extra precaution. And then I crank around to the back side. Thank you. Weight comes back off. And I finish hanging these loops. And another thing I do with these little hats, I don't like to, and if you've been sitting around me, you've heard this. I don't like to start over every sock or every pair of socks. So I keep fabric on my machine at all times. So if I've made a pair of socks, I make a hat in between. I have finally used up all my boo-boos, so I have to make hats now if I'm doing them for my ornaments type things. So I put a hat in between my pairs of socks, so then I can take my pair of socks off, but I still have fabric enough for the cylinder to hold. I don't know if I got the right loop there. Okay. So now I'm going to crank this the length that I want. I gave you some, on the written pattern, some suggestions on the number of rows, but it really doesn't matter. And then you crank until you have the length you want. You switch to scrap yarn. Then, there's one here. And then you take it off the machine. So you have your scrap yarn down by your hem, and you have scrap yarn here. I am one who I'll just start off, pick my little ends off, and then I just unwind. I don't go in and pick the little stitches like some do. So this one, oh, I need a different one than that. So this is a little one. This is the one I was going to do. This is another little one. So now I'm going to gather those loops on the inside. So I'm going to nip that, thread my needle, maybe thread my needle. Okay. And then I go through and I just pick up my loops. And then I'm going to draw it together and gather it. So I pull it and I gather it, and then I just tie it off tight, and then I end up with I take the scrap off and I end up with a hat like this. Now, I'm going to show you how to put them together with this one. I mean, I could sit here and finish the whole thing, but you know what you're doing. So then I take my roving, and this is wool roving. You can use, somebody have a question? Okay. You can take your wool roving, and I take two pieces. And you want to make sure you use a roving that when you pull it like this, it feathers on you. There's some roving that's more from from a neat sheep that is really rough, and you go like this, it doesn't want to do anything. So you want one that pulls a little bit. This is cheap craft roving. That's what I use to make my dryer balls with. I think my ball dropped, didn't it?
Yeah, I can
Is it under your chair?
Can you get it? You see it? Okay. So I take one piece of the roving and put it over the ball this way. I take another piece of roving, put it over the ball this way. And then I stuff it up in the hat. And if I have a hat that's really long, like, where'd this little guy go? I actually took and stuffed a little bit more roving up in here. You don't have to, because I could have left it floppy and it could have flopped over like this one could. Just pull it down, and I didn't bring an extra bead. I glue a bead right there. I put a dab of glue here and a dab of glue here, and I use E6000. If you guys are not aware of E6000, you need to be aware of it because it has to be in everybody's arsenal. I have gone to buying the little tubes because I actually don't use enough to use a big tube. And I like little tubes so it doesn't go bad on me, although I have big tubes. And then
Joanne has the 3-pack of those for like $4.99.
Yeah. And that's basically the little gnome. Do you have any? Well, then I tie a string.
How big is this little nose? Is it just a wooden bead?
It is a wood plug button. It's not a bead.
Okay.
Okay? And I've got two sizes that I've been using, 1/2 inch for the bigger ones and 3/8 inch for the smaller ones. You could probably even go slightly smaller than the 3/8. The 1/4 inch looked a little too small for me.
And are those just at the, like, Joanne's too?
Yep. Yep.
Wood plug, is that what it's called?
Yes, the wood plug. Now, because I figure some of you may want to make this today, all of you that showed up, I have a mini kit for you that has the nose and the styrofoam ball and the roving. The little plastic bag, there's a number. A 48, a 36, a 54, or a 60. So you have a 64, so take a 60. If we run out of one size, I have more styrofoam balls other than for the 54. So I have more styrofoam balls if we need to switch them out. And then if there's any left, the leftovers will be for sale, but you guys get one. So any questions? You done with me?
Well, do you want help passing them out? Or?
I'm gonna let them come in. Here, I'll tell you what we'll do. So get 60. And you can put down, and probably, there's 60. You can just put it up on the side wall. Have any questions? And if you are liking making hats, you come back where it's, I'm in the very back, I have that table with yarn and baskets. On my cards that I have a picture of another ornament that I made, that I put my hats on, and I'll be happy to talk about those so you can see it. So I didn't bring it, so that's not what this is for. But let me know if you have any questions.
I think the idea of leaving the project as a knitting machine, because otherwise you're cutting off all your time.
You're always cutting off and rehanging it. That's what I don't rehang. I don't know. So like you always have to have enough. Yeah, I can show you that too if you come to where I'm sitting. You can see my side.
All good?
I'm dead.
All right.
Yes.
that's okay, I'll send you.
Oh. There's coconut. There's tea.
If you can get a sweater on her, you can get it off. Should have hold like that, we just, and she don't want you to take it off. It's beautiful work. Really, could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. It's my chair. Is that the truth? But.
I had so enjoyed that show. So every meeting I had to take.
Is it like, I know, we did like this here. We want like little written comments. Lay on the floaty.
That gets old.
Yeah.
That's like he's a Maltese dog. There's black things that go over there. It'll be.
So what do they call that? On the phone. With a wife. Oh, right.
Yeah. You're still okay, you got some time.
Oh, time. Hi, everybody. My name is Sam. Thank you for coming to my demo, by the way.
You're welcome, Sam.
Thank you. Okay, what I'm going to make is, I think I made this up, but I'm sure it's been made up before. But this is what it is. But kind of without thinking, it's kind of simple. This is a real simple version. You can get crazy with it if you want. You can rib whatever you want to do, but right now we're just doing the basic. So the cool thing is, you put your hands in there.
There you go, Sam.
So if you're like I was and you're a partier and you do that outside, your hand gets cold. And then in this hand, you know, a fingerless mitt, in case you need to hold something in that hand. But those days are, you know, I got too old for that. Anyway, so I'll get right started and show you. I've got, do you want the pattern now?
Sure.
If I give you the pattern, are you going to be quiet and let me do what I do?
No questions until after.
Won't be quiet either way.
That's fine. So this is on, I've got it for 3 different cylinders. I'm going to demo on 48 because it's just a lot easier to do the transfers and all that stuff in front of you. But it's for also 54, 64. There's a picture there, and I've got pictures. So
Thank you.
I'm just going to get started.
Thank you, George. Look at this on cards. Nice. Art style.
Those are compliments of ERLBACHER. If you stop by my table out there. We've got about 12 copies that are laminated if you want that. Okay?
Save you one.
Mental note, save one. Hey, George. Never mind. Yep. Okay.
We need 3 extra batteries.
Okay. Or 2 here.
Thank you, George.
We're gonna silence our phones for you too.
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna silence our neighbors.
Okay, just going off the directions. You see that? Alrighty. I have already cast on with contrasting waste yarn, and I'm gonna do 5 rows in a different color. So, and there's anything that seems odd will make sense. And as I get through there. You know how it is. Where's all my stuff? I threw it in here. Okay, just real simple. You know what I'm doing. If you have questions on this, let me know. Watch out, this thing's will poke you, and I don't mean to. Shh. You can visit quietly. Okay, I'm gonna sit. Well, my hands are shaky because I've had a lot of coffee, but that's okay. All right, I only overlap on 1. I don't know what you do, but I just overlap 1. Except for today, I overlap 2 and 5 rows. Okay, and so you see by your handy dandy little handout that we're going to put a tiny little scrap at the half mark. You can get where you don't even have to do this. That's fine. And I'm putting it like in the directions right in front of the half mark. Yeah. And I'm going to switch to the project. It's pretty simple. The one part that all makes sense is just like, you're like, okay, I could have thought of that. Now I have you leave long tails on everything. There will be some kitchening involved, and you know, sometimes when there's seams, there's a hole involved. So if you just have a long tail on the end of everything, you can pick one up somewhere. By long.
Sam, is your scrap yarn at like needle number 1 and your project yarn is at the same starting spot?
Yep, we're all 3 on the same thing.
Okay.
I'm going to reset, and I believe I'm going to go 80 rows because I'm on a 48. Here we go. This one might come out a little big, don't know. It'll be okay. It's a little different yarn than I've used before. Looks like it's going to come out big. All right. That's all right. Could be stretching, who knows? All right, so now we're gonna kind of do the mirror image of the same thing. I'm gonna put a little scrap. This time I'm gonna put it on the one in front or needle 48, if you count it that way. And then I'm gonna do my same 5 rows of my bright green yarn and long tail. So like, oh, that's fun. I didn't know that was going on up there.
Oh, did you think we could all see from here?
Yeah.
Okay, back to the project.
Okay, yeah. Okay, 5 rows. Just making sure, you know, if we're dropping it, you know, then I have to cuss. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now we're getting to the close part where you're going to see, where you'll learn that you're going to go. Okay, I'm cranking it off. I'm trying my best to keep the edges clean. And I'm going to take the waste yarn off here, this orange. So I know everybody has how they do it, and some people can just do a snip and it comes off beautifully. I just cuss it. See, I see.
Oh, we thought it was sorry. It's in
Oh, wow. That went good.
Yeah, the screen is doing the same thing as you.
Isn't that crazy? You guys are very well behaved. I teach 7th and 8th grade for a living, so I am not used to this. I like by now surely somebody's thrown something and somebody's left the room.
I got a water bottle.
Yeah, you gotta squeak those things. That's how the water bottles. You know, they throw it at me, I throw it right back
So do you
harder.
take all the waste yarn off?
I'm taking the,
The orange off?
right, this is why we had the 2 different colors. And I just try to keep it neat as I can. Okay, so now here's the part. Just gonna go. Well, I'll be darned. Hey, what's that? Hang on. Okay, remember we marked. Now that's my top end. So we marked with the little red thing. So I'm gonna stick that in. I just call it the little red thing. Okay, now you gotta kind of dink with this a little bit. Tuck everybody down in. And you know how to find the stitch, right? The one you're looking for, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this out because I don't need it anymore. It's just like Kitchenerine. You're looking for the one from the row before, which is right there. Does that? I can't look up here. Okay. Yep. Now, you can mark either end if you want and count 24 stitches and you get over there and you don't have 24 and you're mad. Or you can just pay attention and not, right, you just look at it. My hands are shaking. Too much coffee. Wish it was something more fun. So this is why I try to keep my green yarn really neat, because I still need it actually, and I'm going to need it after this part too. So I need it neat as I can have it. And if I do more than 5 rows, you see I'm poking all this stuff down underneath there. It gets too hard to deal with. So that's why I didn't start off with just green at the beginning. That's why I put the orange on first, so I had a little bit of, in case it got messy. Now this is the part right here where I just use the 48 because this is going, of course, obviously a lot faster. And this yarn is sport weight.
That's sport weight?
Yeah, sport DK. Now the other ones you're going to use sock yarn, of course.
So if you did it on a 54 or 64, would you use the DK or a sport
No,
weight?
I would use sock.
Okay.
If I did the same thing here,
I was gonna say, if you use the DK, would you do every other needle then?
no, I don't, nah. I just would make something else. I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Like Julia Childs, one time they were cooking green beans and this guy, I don't know if you saw it, but he was using frozen green beans and she's just like, if I can't get fresh green beans, I'll just make something else. Makes sense. I don't know. Okay, ready? So I'm getting over to the half mark. So I'm done there and you saw me. I don't think I dropped any. Okay, here we go. This is the biggie. You're just going to take the bottom, pull it up.
Look at that. That is pretty cool.
Right? Ah! How fun is it? Okay.
I thought you were doing the cuff part first.
No. This is it's the puppet. But this mouth doesn't work. Okay, now you know how this is right here. If you mess with it too much, these things hide. So, and you see in there where I say in there to wrap the little, it says to wrap the tails around the needle. You can do that or you cannot do that. I'll get there. Am I explaining well to you? Or you? Okay.
Really good. You're a great teacher.
Oh.
I
I shouldn't have said that. It sounded like I wanted a compliment. I'm sorry. Hang on. Close your ears. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Shit. Okay, real important. You got to go ahead and put your project yarn in right here. Okay, right there. Sorry. Yeah, I had to say a bad word. And that, you might make a note. We're on the back page. We're on the first picture where it says, where you got the funny little picture. I just wrote carriage off to the side, so I remember to put my carriage just like it is in the picture before I start hanging the front.
You can put page numbers on this.
The front is the part where it starts, and the back is the next. Okay, there.
Do we need to send somebody to the principal's office?
They're not the help you think they are, but yes, I can handle it in here. I can handle it. You do not scare me. Do I look afraid? That's what I say to my friends. No, look at me. Do I look afraid? Okay, Now we're back. Now see, you don't have to put those little marks, the little red yarns, if you if you want to put a stitch marker in there and forget it.
Taking it all the way up and maybe 24.
Yeah.
Could you have left it on and taken off 24 and then pulled up?
I was thinking you could have left half of it on and took half of it off.
No, I think at one point I tried that because you're just no. I'm not. I'm right. Okay. No. You go ahead and try that. Just do it, and you'll see. Do I get mine in the way? See how it's going?
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, that looks like two tubes being joined as one.
Okay. Well, hang on.
But it's not.
Just no.
Well,
You're wrong. Okay.
but it does. It looks like you got two separate. You have to go back to the room.
All right. So, yeah, it's down here. It's a like a hammock down there. So you got half of this one, and then half of this one, and this down the middle goes. See, it stops. So when I said you can wrap these around, that would be like right there. You can do that, or you can not. You want me to wrap it or not? Doesn't matter.
Wrap it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Well, I would just wrap it just to kind of secure it.
And that way you don't have to weave that in, right?
And then right there, I'm just pulling up that slack a little bit. That's the only reason I have you do that. And then the long, which side you want to Kitchener from. I don't know where you're going to find a hole. So what, it's there. You don't need it. Don't need it. Okay, here we go. Then we're just going to go. Does it might say 40 rows? Okay. So of course, first row is a little scary. I'm going to take underneath here, there's a loop where it's all like that. I'm just going to hang this in there. I'm just going to.
Hang on. So you want to be sure that it's not twisted.
It's not. You can see all that? Okay, ready? Everybody's happy. We're all going. Okay, see how that's a little loose? Whatever, that's what we're going to stitch it up later for. Okay, I'm going to pull this off so it goes up. What? Okay. Okay, we're getting close to being done because there's one other scary part. Okay, now I'm going back and I'm gonna crank my 40. This might be bigger, it might not, I don't know. Well, it'll fit somebody. Like you're knitting something, you're like, this is gonna be way too long. But then it's like, okay, oh, whoa, ooh, yikes. Okay, just easing. I always have to think I'm gonna start in the front or the back. Okay. Okay, at this point, I'm gonna put another little marker. And if you have a, if you've got a,
We're all knitters here.
Cheers. Okay, I'm gonna put a little marker just because it's kind of hard to hang a hem. Okay, now I'm gonna go 20. One. Okay, now, sorry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and hang a hem, so you'll kind of have to, suffer through that, if that's all right. I just did that so I would know where to hang it. You get it?
Gotcha.
Okay, and obviously I don't know what you do if you've got a better idea. I'm just gonna do that. There are more exciting things than watching this.
So what if you're gonna have the picture?
You'll see.
Oh, the two that you didn't join. You gotta catch those together. Because I'm looking at the picture.
What?
Oh, George. That's telling you your time's up, Sam.
Okay, bye. Okay, I am suffering here, but I don't like this part. They're actually behaving pretty good. Because the lady from before, she warned me.
Oh, it's Judge Judy.
It was a little bad yesterday.
Hmm?
It was a little bad yesterday.
I gotta learn how to handle class.
That's what confuses
I'm
me.
used to it.
Sam, how do you know which road to pick up to do this on?
I am totally winging it. No, I marked. Oh, I did 40 for the cuff, and then I put a little mark, and then 20.
Okay, but I would have to put like a string so I would know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, why didn't I do that? They won't know. I'm just doing this.
Yeah,
They'll know.
I
It's dark. They can't tell.
always have to do, yeah. Because then it's like, which one is this?
If I go quick enough, nobody will notice. It's not too bad. It's a little off.
I have no idea what it's supposed to look like.
Well, it's supposed to. Yeah, it's dark. Just don't get any real close-ups of this. Okay.
Above the noise in the back.
So, yeah, I would definitely do like Sue said and mark it. But now you might know something I don't know about this. I did run a contrasting yarn through there, and it didn't show up from this side one time.
Wow.
So I don't know.
You're doing very well, Sam.
Oh, thank you. I like it's. I'm glad to do this. I'm glad I have so many kids. Thank you all for coming. Really,
Thank you for asking us to.
it begged some of
I was
you.
back and forth with it. I didn't know if I.
Really? Are you glad you came now, though?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's like,
I know you did.
you have a birthday party and nobody shows. I'm afraid of that.
No, mine are always people I didn't want there.
Oh, man. And they don't bring any drinks?
Or gifts. Gifts are nice. I am admiring your cup.
Which cup?
Is that ERLBACHER?
The Dunkin' cup.
Oh, Dunkin'.
That? Oh,
Yeah, your in-house cup.
I know. I got a suitcase full of those things, Okay, now I'm just going to go around once. Then, don't get it close up. Now, here's the point. I'm just gonna cast this off on waste yarn. This would be the thing where you could backstitch bind off or whatever. It says there and there, or I'm gonna cast this off on waste yarn and then just go through it with the needle. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
I would say back street bind. I don't know.
Goodness.
It always comes out that way, back street bind. Well, I think of the Backstreet Boys when I say that.
we're getting close to the end. It's almost to the point where I give you your homework and you
You
go.
still have 32 minutes. Yeah, well, it's still, thank God, because my dog's gonna keep at least an hour. I do, I still on the fence. We might have to cancel the 3 o'clock class tomorrow.
Okay. This looks a little big, but I actually think it's just not. It's just that it's kind of thick. So this is what it looks like. There's our little hung hem. And, okay, you with me so far? So now what you do is you turn it inside out. That.
Nice.
And then
Look at that view.
right here, you're gonna kitchener that, just like a toe. Yep, exactly. And that's why you kind of want to. I kind of wanted to keep it all neat with the waste yarn. So you don't need me to show you how to do that. But you got these 2 tails. I got this other one here that's started. Not that one. Okay, this one. And
Your
it'll,
box is a mess over there.
that'll make sense to you. So this one started, and you see just like on the toe, can you see up in there where it happens?
Yeah,
And then
it's where all the magic happens.
it's all the magic right there. And then, so when you're done, in every one of these, the seam is,
Who is it that says that? Somebody always says that's where all the magic
the seam's right there.
happens.
Does it make sense? Are you excited about it? All right, there you go. And thank you for my lovely assistant. And thank you, George, for passing out. Yeah,
You teach 7th grade?
7th and 8th.
Do you get an applause every day after class? I bet you do.
Sam, that was
Sometimes.
awesome. That was really good.
Thank you. Okay, if you have any questions, don't ask me because I'm going to go crank. You can come ask me. Feel free to come ask me.
Thank you again, Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm.
to knit this than I maybe think, but just to show you. So this is what they look like when and they are basically, I figure right and left-handed because I have the seam on the palm. And that would be where it would have been seamed. So these are toe-ups, so there's not any Kitchenering there.
Hey, what's your cylinder?
I am using a 60 cylinder. I do have a pattern that we'll hand out at the end stuff. So these are toe-up mittens, and when Kim was talking about it, it's like, why would you want to make a toe-up mitten? Because a mitten's easier to make in Kitchener because I don't mind Kitchenering. So I was working on the pattern, and then I sent her the mitten that I made, and it's by no means looks like this. And when she sent it back and was talking about the pattern, I'm going, I wrote my notes down. She goes, what did you do here on the end? I go, I don't remember. So anyway, when I started these are the first ones I've actually made after that. These do not match in size. I made one day and one several days later. One's longer than the other. And this is a total of 5 mittens that I had tore out. The other thing about these is if you need to frog them, it's all one piece. It's not like if you do a thumb gusset and cut your yarn and that. So these are still all one piece. So, and I'll pass these around later at the end. And I've got some that I've made and not sewn up. So the first thing you need to do is you need to know how to make a toe-up sock to start with, to make the toe. And it's like, okay. So I'm using a 60 cylinder. I had already put my waist yarn on, and I'm starting at 3 o'clock with my project yarn. And so the first thing I need to do is I'm going to have to make some easement rows to make it so that I can pull the yarn, my toe, across to hang the stitches on the other side. Oh, there was a reason I had that crescent. So I stopped in the middle because I need to raise these needles. So I knit across and I'm wrapping, I can see it there, that's first standing needle on the other half. And I'm just hand touching this around. And that one didn't knit. And so I need to wrap this needle here. And we'll see if that one doesn't want to. It didn't knit again. I'm going to be putting my heel forks on here in a minute. Don't mess up the hole. I still got yarn in it. So the first thing I'm going to do 3 sets of easement rows. And the thing I need to remember is to do them on the way back out. So when you're...
Vicky, for those of us who have never done a toe-up sock, do you have a go-to video that you recommend, or?
So the pattern that I've had for a long time is one by the Colorado Cranker.
Okay.
It just says starting with a toe, no Kitchenering.
If you remember, Sock TV, there's one out there from Jean Mayfield that goes in the same process.
Yes.
Does the easement rows
So when you're taking needles out of work or decreasing, you raise the needle. Raise the needle. And now we're going to wrap the needle. And wrap the needle. And you almost have to sit there and say this as you go along. Oh, I got another thing here. Let me put that under there. Okay. So I'm going to raise the needle.
How many Ethan or do you need?
3 on each side. Raise the needle. This one didn't.
I don't know.
Okay. So I think I need to wrap since I did, let's see, first I need to move my heel fork, so let's do that. So I'm going to wrap the needle.
And do I use the hand tension rather than just use the takeout?
Because it's too tight. I'm going to put that on pretty soon. So I raise the needle. Now I'm going to wrap them. So it doesn't knit, so I need to hand knit it. And that's part of the, just watching what you're okay. And of course. Okay. So now I'm going to put my heel spring on. And I'm also going to do, I should be looking at my instructions, okay. But I'm also going to be doing a rounded toe at the top so that the top of the mitten is rounder instead of more pointy. So I'm going to, so the last, oops. Well, we'll just leave it back there. Oh, got. As in making your heels and toes, heel fork placement's a big thing. So now I'm going to do 2 sets of 2. And now I'm ready to put my needles back in work. I should have them more together. Okay. And so then I'm going to put 2 down on each side. So what I did is I wrapped the second needle I put that down first, and then just make sure they're open. It kind of, oops. Not only that, you drop a stitch. This isn't about picking up stitches, but we'll see if we can. Do any of it just to.
You were hoping this happened, right?
Yeah, well, it yarn barked yesterday, so there's no reason to make any difference today, so.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have, oops, I got that all hung up in. This isn't gonna be fixed right, but it'll be, just get a stitch back up there so we can. So this one's gonna look kind of, it's gonna look kind of bad, so we won't worry. Like we said, that's why you can frog them. It would have helped if I probably took my weights off. Just kind of. Like the rest of them. Oh, okay. So the part about watching your latches, that would be lesson number 1. And now I'm gonna do one at a time. Okay, now I'm back to where I did the easement rows, so now I need to wrap. Lower. And these, just a little bit, tugging a little bit harder there. Because, I mean, you've got a lot of wraps on them, needles. Oh, yeah. Part of that is because I'm using some hand tensioning there too, and it. Well, no wonder we're having issues. Let's thread our yarn carrier a little more properly here. And it might be my thread. I'm using active, but okay. All right. So I wrapped. wrapped. Okay, now I am going to stop in the middle. Take all the weight off. I'm going to lower all these. And now we're going to see if our toe comes over to where it belongs. Looks like it kind of should be. So I'm grabbing this first stitch right in here. It's easy.
Is it like hanging a hem where you're looking for a bar? Like
Yep, it's kind of like hanging a hem. And I'm hanging it on that. There we go. And these needles are kind of wanting to like lift up and the latches are closing.
Yeah.
And that's where yanking your stitches tightens up the next one.
And would you say the easier rows become part of the mitten, or are they still considered part of the toe? I mean,
Well, they're part of the mitten, because if you made a mitten from the cuff up, all you would do is make a toe
yeah.
on the end of it and then Kitchener it closed.
Okay.
So
So they're part of the hand rather than the toe. I'm like, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, so if you were doing a toe up sock, it would be part of the foot.
Okay.
So you'd have to subtract those easement rows from the foot.
like I said, I've never made a toe up sock, so I just made the toe.
And Vicki, for most of your socks, I'm guessing you're more of a cuff down person, or do you do toe up?
Nope.
Or just a little of each?
No, I've never made a toe up sock. The only reason I started this was because Kim had asked about, said somebody had asked about making a toe up mitten.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you're saying when it first came in.
And then the stitches are kind of hiding down in there. I don't want that waist yarn on there. Really, well, it's gonna stay there then.
I've never even tried it, but I think I want to try it when I'm all alone.
Well, you gotta do you really gotta, because the minute somebody says something, it's like, okay, now was I up, down, wrapped, or whatever, so kind of repeating it back and forth to yourself is, let me tell you, the struggle is real with the, I don't know, I should have another one in there too yet. Well, let's just see if there's anything there.
So if you had done another row or two of easement, would it give you enough give that you wouldn't be that tight?
Probably. Or, like I use the heel spring, for the whole rest of it. And there's nothing on that one, but there should be a just, for now, we're just gonna put that over there. Because this isn't, I'm gonna have to take this out anyway, because I messed it up on it.
It's all good.
So that's kind of the idea. Maybe I don't want those yet. I think I might end up with those later. So, of course, so these edge needles really, them latches really want to close. Okay. So we'll hopefully, I'm going to reset my roll counter. Now, since I got it wrapped, so I'm going to knit 35 rows. But sticking this in here, because I don't have soft weights. So, and my pan's probably going to, I might end up putting the, get back in there. Okay, there we. So I'm gonna knit 35 rows, and I probably will be adding my, well, maybe I won't have to. When I made the other one, I ended up adding heel forks in there to kind of pull it down some more without, so I didn't have to keep my hand in there the whole time. I'll just yank on it. Because actually on the bottom here now, this weight is hanging down over here, so this is like, this really doesn't have that extra weight on it like over here. So that's kind of, see how the needles are raising, or the stitches are raising up? So now I'm going to make the thumb. So at my 3 o'clock, I'm going to I want 14 needles for my thumb. So I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm going to raise the 8th one. Okay, so now for my, oops, excuse me.
That's probably my fault.
No, that's all right. So the thumb is going to be worked without the heel spring on. So I'm going to need a couple of heel forks in here. And if I do this right, my row counter should count my rows so I don't have to. So I'm going to do 22 rows back and forth. One knit. I'm just sticking these in the corners, so. You might have to move your heel forks kind of frequently here for a little bit to keep the edges. I've been getting them tight.
I didn't see yours, yours just incognito.
Okay, so I have my 22 rows for the one side of my thumb. And now I'm going to make a little toe on the top of it. Where did I lose? Oh, oh.
Oh, yeah. Can't do a toe up for that,
I'm going to do 4 on each side.
I missed it, how many rows did you put in the thumb and thumb? 22?
There's 6. There's 6 in the middle left. I did 4 on each side. Yep.
This is why I failed math for years.
I need to. Okay. The heel forks are being.
I don't see how you could possibly figure out how to toe up for that.
Okay. So now we're gonna. Oh yeah. Oops. Well, we got. As I was pushing them out, push these out. So let's do. So you get a little extra practice on something else. On knit. Whoops,
Well,
come
the
on.
biggest thing that I have discovered in my first crank-in is that I can
Ouch.
talk and make a sound.
That's it, I think was my demo, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay, it's like, let's catch it at wherever we can. Those back up. This back out of here. Restring my yarn, got carrier here. Okay. And we still have to unknit these two. Okay. Oh, it'd be good to lift them up. Well, I was knitting one of these and I dropped all 14 of them thumb rows or stitches. It wasn't pretty, but I got them all picked up. Just a speed bump in the road.
Okay, so my dumb question is, why are you not using the heel spring? It seems like kind of a pain to get tangled up doing it by hand.
Yeah, it is, and it's probably tighter than it needs to be. But it, because I want the thumb, oh, I'm not even bleeding, want the thumb to be a little longer or whatever, okay. So now I'm going to do 21 more rows. And let's just, and with any luck, I don't have to move these again. Okay. Reset my row counter. I'm doing the other half of the thumb. And the reason I'm doing 21 is I want to be on this side when I put my needles back into work. Falling off. Okay, so now I've got my thumb done. And what I want to do then is I want to cross just to give it a little. Cross that one.
That's to avoid a hole, right?
That's, well, there's a big hole there, so it's not really avoiding a hole. But, okay, so. And I want the heel spring back on. This is why I'm team heel spring, because I never remember. So when I was making it last night, I knit, or the one yesterday, I knit 6 rows going, oh, I should have put that heel spring on. And I also didn't do the easement rows on the way back. And it's like, oh crap, I didn't do those either. So, I mean, there's just some things to remember. It's, don't you close. Let's just take a different one from there. Okay. All right, I got all that done. So now I'm gonna knit 20 rows. Put that on. Let's see how much. Just because we'll just throw it in there. I've got one there. So I just want to be careful that first row. Make sure I got all my latches open. Okay, so I'm gonna do 20 rows. I'm stopping at. And then I'm gonna switch it to a 3x1 mock rib. Trying to keep my hands out of the way, but it might not happen all, because I'm bleeding. There you go. Well, let's just throw them all on the floor there. It's like, yeah. Yeah, that's the easiest place to find it.
Fine, yeah, you know where it is.
Set my row counter. Oh, jeepers, criminy. It's always nice when it works out. Spoke too soon. Come up there. Oops. No, I don't have the whole stitch. Well, get on there. See, I spoke too soon. It knows. It just knows. Acting. That's close enough. It's coming back out anyway. So I'm going to do 20 rows of mock rib. Whoa. So we'll do 21. So I'm gonna end up hanging a hem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a marker row. So oops, don't lift up that one. So I'm lifting up the center needle of the 3. And then I'm going to lower it and put the needle and just for, because sometimes, and this should be easy, but sometimes I just have a hard time locating that bar anyway. So I decided to put a few. And I've kind of left these raised a little bit so that when it doesn't decide, the latch decide to close, when it comes back around.
For those of us that have never seen this before, can you tell us what this is again? This is just to bind off, right?
I'm doing a hung hem on the end. And then I knit the 1 row, like, so if you were in Sam's class, he put one piece of yarn on the 3 o'clock position. That was what he used for his marker row.
I wasn't there, okay.
But he, so because he also hung a hem. And so you can either do a backstitch bind off, or I do a slip stitch. So I put it on waste yarn. And then and you have to leave enough yarn I use a crochet hook or a needle or whatever, and you just slip stitch.
So for your marker row, where you're taking the middle of every 3 up, and now you're knitting them back, basically.
Right, well, I moved the stitch that was on so I moved, like if you were doing a tuck stitch, okay? So I'm putting the needle back down and I'm putting that stitch back behind there.
So you're just flipping the yarn over.
I'm just flipping the yarn over the stitch, right? And there's still a stitch on it, the needle.
On the needle from the previous row.
Yep.
that's gonna have kind of a float as your marker?
Yeah, kind of. Okay, and then I'm going 20 more rows. And then I'll be on the floor before then. So I stopped back at the, and I marked this first one, so when I pull it up here. So this is just kind of an obscure, like, yep, this is what stitch we're gonna use. So there's kind of one beside this float. There's that one. And you know, it's, if you're off a little bit, it really isn't probably gonna show much.
Would this be a good method to do for any modular concept? Do you do it this way or?
No, I mean, if you're hanging a hem at the end of your project, and you're not starting with the hung hem, I mean, you know, I found this a little easier for me to, than just winging it a little bit. I need to get these out of there before I forget that I left them in there. Oh, yeah. Over here.
Bless you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, see, it's like, okay, what did I do with it now?
So are you taking that float and then putting it on that metal needle?
Yep,
So that's not, okay, so that's.
that's what I'm doing. That's what, yeah. So the float is going back on that.
Where you're at. Okay.
Yeah. Looks like I don't know. It almost looks like I missed one, but I'm. So I just did the one, and to make sure I have enough yarn, I'm going to wrap this around here 3 times or more, because it's amazing if you're doing some kind of bind off how much yarn it actually takes. So it's better to have more than less. And then we probably should unwind it. And then I may also have enough left there to sew up the side of my thumb. Oops.
You could bind up just directly from the needles, but you're gonna put waste yarn between it and then bind up that way, is that right?
Right, because I don't want that really tight because that's going to go around the wrist. And I'm not really a fan of a backstitch bind off on the machine anymore than I'm making a hit toe up here or toe up sock. So okay. We're still almost on the floor, so.
So the thumb's always gonna go in the same place, correct?
Well, so when I make regular mittens, I make the toe on the back of the machine so that the where I would Kitchener was on my palm. So this is actually, I would say, my left-handed one. And if I want to make another one, I would make the thumb over on this side.
So you start with needle, what, 1 to make your thumb? Or
So I went 7 needles on either side of my half mark.
7 needles on, so 14 altogether.
Right, 14 altogether, so. And so here's, I need to mattress stitch these up. And then you just, either, you can either like slip stitch with a crochet hook, or you can actually use this to pick it up, these to pick it up, or even a needle just to go through, and you can keep it loose. And I only go through the stitches. I don't worry about the bars. So those, it's only picking those up. And then what I've done is I've taken my bonnet off and just rewound it from there. So I'm not pulling on these, so I don't kind of distorted her. Well, that way if I've got a stray stitch somewhere in there, and so these are, and I just use kind of a mattress stitch, and I work it in on the, I've just worked the end in and did the mattress stitch, and then I just kind of loop it over the top of my thumb and then go down the other side, so that I didn't have any more strings that I have to. So we'll So like I said, these were the first ones I made. They're not the same size. I made them different days. And I don't know what I did wrong. So, and so the first ones I made have the shorter, they don't have as many, or for the arm. So then I thought, well, that's kind of short. So I added 10 more rows of mock rib before I did the hung hem. So that made them a little longer for in the arm. So these here are made out of Patton's Croy, and that's usually what I like to kind of use just because it's a little bit heavier. And so these are the ones I made in Wisconsin a couple weeks ago when we were at a crank-in, and I didn't finish them up, just in case we really had an epic fail and
You did well.
that, so, but. And none of these have been washed. I don't know if they would, because sometimes I just think there's a little bit there where we, instead of Kitchenerine, it's a little more with the extra easement rows. And then this is one I made, I made this last night and I forgot the extra easement rows. And in a way, and you can kind of tell that because it's on this side, it's kind of puffy. And my fingers go probably beyond center. That would, so. But that's them in a nutshell. So. Good deal. Those are the ones that aren't finished. You can.
And each of us gets a pair.
Yeah, each of you gets a pair.
But
Oh, yeah, I got.
each one of us a pair.
Well, and
She needs some help handing those out.
yeah, if you want to. This is a pattern. It's also, this pattern is going to be on the,
What yard was this? Was this Cory?
that was Patton's Croy.
Because that's nice to get building.
Yeah, but I didn't want to use it to demo it because if I didn't have it loose enough to get it across for the toe.
Thank you.
So that's why I was just using other yarn. I wanted to make sure. So. So the copies are compliments of ERLBACHER because, but like I said, it's going to be on the website. I didn't copy it because I don't have color and the pictures are a little easier to see, where I tried to put pictures in there to kind of show.
So well.
I have handouts, if you want to come get a handout. There you go, that'd be helpful. I kept one, so I know what I'm doing.
I didn't show it today. I'm just kidding. Oh, we do, well, I'll just be back there.
Kim was nice enough to do the copies for me
They
because
sent some beautiful copies.
they're gorgeous copies.
So, red stops.
Oh, I guess I still got a couple more here too.
Of course not. I forgot to put him in last night. I should. Good luck. So this one, I can do. I was just gonna give you another one. I'll take another one. I have a friend who wants one. Well, we all just, I folded from lunch.
You were live, so.
Yeah, I thought about bringing a light, but it's just, I didn't want to bring any more stuff.
I have a light right there. I can attach to an extension cord and just put it like
Okay,
behind you. Do you
that'd be
want that?
fine. So you can see what's going on in the cylinder. I feel like you guys are just so far away. Hey, what?
We can move closer.
You're way out there and I'm just up here on display.
I'm looking out for you.
I think, okay, maybe you could move it forward a little bit. There you go, and shine it back at the thing so I can see it. Okay. I'll just not just look up that way.
I know, it's
Right. So the way that you do.
Yeah, that helped.
I still love that. Put it on your list. There you go. Then they wouldn't let me on it. Your jewelry security. Your jewelry's too heavy.
Pardon?
Oh, here she comes. And I go fire at her. Oh, is this like you got? They came in, I was a while back, you no longer have to take some money in your drawer and all that. It's just a matter of fact. Really? Yeah, she got one week. So that was the time that she my money is based. Yeah, I always, it's just, I mean, I've never worked in the bank, but when I was teaching fundraising or whatever, I'm just fascinated. I just always served it all the same way.
Kind of a varnish of it, and it's all like, I was money boxes and things. I feel like it's been in the bank all day.
I was just gonna ask who's watching the clock and I realized, oh, I have a minute and 7 seconds.
Now that you talk to and all these.
Can you? Oh, it's sitting on that chair. It's on the side.
Put these here.
I don't care. You put them here, that's fine. Or if somebody sits by the door, they can take them too. I don't really care. Just, I don't usually hand out handouts at the beginning of a class because I used to be a teacher and I know that if you get a handout, you're busy looking at this and then you miss what's being said. So I usually hand it out at the end. But since I kind of do my patterns and there's handouts up here, just everybody take one. I do my diagrams in an unconventional way and I thought, well, I think it's self-explanatory, but you might not. So I wanted you to be able to see it and I could tell you what it means.
This is cardstock.
Yes, it is.
Whoa. Some fancy stuff.
Kim
We must be
took care of it
special.
for me. Yes, you are special. I wish I had my whole class handout on this because this is just one of many. Yeah. You don't really need the handout for the class, but it's what you get for coming, so. Are we starting?
Yeah, we're ready to go whenever you are.
My name's Jan Dwyer, if you don't know me. And these are just a couple patterns that I taught at a class a couple years ago. And the class was called Stripes Interrupted. And I made a cast-on bonnet out of everyone. And what I was shooting for was just ways to make stripes more interesting instead of just the same stripe all the way through the sock. You know, how could I disrupt the stitches? And so what I'm going to show you today are just a couple ways that you can make a stripe more interesting without using a ribber, without using anything really special. This is one of the pairs of socks that I did. I don't know if you can see from that far away, but it's the bottom of the foot is just a straight stripe, but the top you can see it's kind of a wavy, which is why it's called the wave stitch. I actually got it off the internet from a site whose name I don't remember, and they called it Kick in the Pants, which I didn't think was a very descriptive name. So you can pass this around if you'd like and look at it. And you don't have to do it down the top of the foot. I just did. This is some of the unique yarn that ERLBACHERs are selling now, and I did the same thing, and it's really subtle, but same way. This one has Lycra in it, if you're wondering why it feels funny. It's got Lycra. And then a cautionary tale. I thought this will work perfect. This is a wide stripe, but then it's got that skinny stripe in between. And what happened is it turned the skinny stripe into little dashed lines. It didn't work. So I brought them it's a cautionary tale, but you lose the wave. You just don't have it. So I'm going to show you how to do it. And there's no like start at 3 o'clock, start at 9 o'clock, whatever. You just start cranking. And when if you do a hung hem, then you start a few rows after that. You're going to rib the top, start a few rows after that. And what you're going to do is, okay, I'm on a gray stripe right now. I'm going to knit until the color changes. See if you can see it changing. See it changing to green? This pattern works best on a wide stripe, okay? It's kind of coming down. So now when it's almost here, I'm going to just do lift 3, 3 down, 3 up, all the way around. And then we're going to knit one time around. And you're going to make this design every time the color changes. And it doesn't matter if you're at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, any o'clock. You're just going to start the pattern every time the color changes. So this time I started right here. So I'm going to go around as I'm reaching it. I'm going to push these 2 outside ones down. and do that all the way around. And if you look at the little diagram, it shows this. The first line has 3 up, 3 down all the way around. That's what that means, tall ones, short ones, 3 up, 3 down all the way around. And when you come around, then you're going to push the 2 outside ones down. I just go far enough that I could advance. Now I've got just that center one up from those that I had raised. One time around, coming up to it, push it down. And now there's no counting in this pattern, other than the 3 up, 3 down. Because now, I usually like to pull down when I'm knitting those tuck stitches just to make sure they really knit. Now I gotta wait for the color change again. See the color changing? Yeah, I think it changed to a brighter green. So I like to make sure I don't lift the same 3, the same 3 up, same 3 down 2 times in a row. So I'm gonna kind of reach back under here and make sure it's not in the exact same place. 3 up, 3 down. This is a lot easier when nobody's watching. I just put my finger over 3 and then lift the next 3. So I'm not actually counting, because your brain can do 3 stitches without having to go 1, 2, 3. Your finger knows when it's got 3 needles. Okay, again, I'm right here, come around, push the 2 outside ones down. And I don't push them hard down because you want it to actually knit. So it's most of the way down, just so it'll catch and knit. Sometimes you'll have yarn that it's really hard to tell when the color's changing. Like this one went from a light green to a darker green, kind of a mid-green. That was a little harder to see. But if you miss one, nobody's going to notice that because the whole thing is kind of doing this. Okay, see, and I didn't pull down there. And I didn't bring anything to fix a stitch either.
Want me to run that?
No, that's okay. Just remind me, pull down, because I know better. Whenever you're doing tuck stitches, it's a good idea to pull down. I think I did that wrong, but that's okay. It's a demo, and I'm just going to do it for a few inches, and then we're going to go to the other one. Okay, watch the green come around. I don't know what color comes next. It actually kind of looks like it changed to another green, but we're going to wait for the next color. Come on, blue.
Did you put weights on?
I have a stem weight. Yeah, I have a stem weight. Okay, we're going to just go a little farther. Now, the tricky thing is if you decide you want to do it on the top of the foot, you have to decide kind of which needles about you want to do. And the color change is going to happen in the back a lot of times. And so you're just going to start your pattern when you get to the front. But you don't want it to be the same 3 needles raised on top of each other, because then the whole thing will just, it won't look quite right. So just, one time, scoot a stitch or 2 one direction or the other. Or because you have fewer needles, if you only leave 2 in between the 3 up ones, that's okay. You're not going to see that. The socks I passed around, some of those only had 2 stitches in between when it was on the top of the foot. Because when you're working on just that short bit of needles, if you want the pattern to the waves to be in different places, you're going to end up being like close to one end. So if you kind of go over the needles you were planning to do, no one will ever notice that. It's just a very subtle pattern, but I think it's rather pretty. And when I first saw this wide stripe yarn, I wasn't real thrilled about it. And then I did this with it. I made it for somebody else. And it's like, I wish I would have kept those, but I made them a much smaller size than my feet, so I had to give them away. Okay, I gotta remember where I started here. I think it was here. Now, if you have trouble remembering where you started, that's very common. Oops, I forgot to put those two down. No big deal. I'll just do it this time. But anyway, that's all you do. Just every time you come to it, it doesn't matter where you are in the cylinder. That's your start place. And then it's just those 3 steps. You knit 3. With 3 up, you knit 1 round. Then you push the 2 outside ones down and knit 1 round. And then you push them all down and then you knit till the color changes. Do you have any questions? I'm going to switch to a more pronounced stripe and show you the dominoes. I think the dominoes is fun. I'll advertise for them. This is from, I gotta make sure I have my Freckled Whimsy. Have you ever tried their stripes? I like to dye my own yarn, but I don't do multicolored stripes. That's just beyond my ability, or beyond what I want to deal with. And they make some really pretty ones. I'm just gonna get a little bit cranked. Okay, on the dominoes, it says any cylinder divisible by 4. Now you can change this number, but it'll change the width of your vertical stripes. It'll change the width of the dominoes. So the basic one, the one to learn with, is 1 up, 3 down. I always start things at 9 o'clock. It sounds weird, but I'm kind of self-taught, and it's been too long and I'm too old. I don't want to relearn. So I start everything at 9. Go ahead and start at 3 o'clock like everybody else does.
Jan, are these the dominoes?
No, I could show you the dominoes. Can you see the diagonal lines? Yeah, hold it. Try and get it straight and see that they're diagonal. Let's pass those around. This one I think is wider. It might be like 4 up, 1 down. I'm not sure what it is. There is a color pattern with a lot of my pictures, and they're labeled what they are on csmsupplies.com, and it's free. This one, it's kind of hard to tell. When you have them in front of you, you'll be able to. The dominoes are leaning different directions on the 2 socks. Can you see that? One's leaning to the left and one's leaning to the right. And here, Anita.
What kind of, on your sock here, do you do a red,
You can do whatever you want for the top.
what kind of?
Selvage,
Yeah,
I always use Juana's.
okay. What is that?
It's where you have start with every other needle out. You put your ribber on, or you knit 3/4 of a round, and then you put the ribber on and lift those, the bars where the empty needles were, and put them on, lift them with your ribber needle and then put them into the ribber. If you need me to show you how to do that, talk to me when we're back in the room. Anyway, I tried making the dominoes lean different directions. I thought, can I go a zigzag? And this is all the yarn I had left, so this is all the more zigzag you get. But it's kind of fun. So anyway, you can see the pictures, 1 up, 3 down, and it says at the beginning, knit 3 rows like that. So let me finish getting the. And we're gonna knit 3 rows. 1, 2, coming up, it's 3, and I'm gonna push it down. And it shows with all the needles down, it says knit 1 row. That's in that top rectangle, it says that. 3 rows with the 1 up, 3 down. But now, what do you notice about the second row? It's not in the same place. It's a traveling tuck stitch. And this is why everybody has, will get one of these little stitch markers. Okay, wherever you start, like I started at 9 o'clock, I'm gonna put a little pin marker there. I'm not gonna close it, just stick it in there so I know that that is number 1. Okay, let me finish going around. Again, when you knit those tuck stitches, you'll be a lot happier if you pull down. Okay, so I'm gonna move 1 over. Now that's my number 1, so I'm gonna move the pin and put it as close to the needle as you can get because it gets farther down and it's hard to tell which needle it goes to. So 1 up, 3 down. Okay, and it says knit 3 rows, 1, 2, coming up on 3, so I better push them down. I have to move forward so I can get the rest of them down, and I'm going to knit that row once. Now I'm going to move the needle or the little marker again to the 3rd needle. And that's the one that's up. See, it's an easy thing to do. You lift needles, knit 3 rows, put it down, knit 1. It's just you do have to keep track of where you're at.
Jan, do you have any more copies of the pattern?
They're up here. No? Yes, they're just not cardstock.
That's fine.
If somebody took the last of the cardstock,
That doesn't have to be cardstock.
hand me that bag. I've got. That's okay.
We'll find it later.
I'll put it down. Some of the copies are better than others, but there should be both copies. Go ahead and hand those out. And pick through them because some do look nicer. So 1, 2, 3. And contrary to the last pattern, we don't care when the stripes begin and end, when the colors change. We're not paying attention to that. We're just doing 3 rows with those needles up, 1 row with them down, and then move your marker over and do it again. See, I can't tell where that one was. I think it's here. Yeah. See, it really is important to keep that as close to the needle as you can because it's hard to see where I'm supposed to be starting. So my needle number 1 just keeps moving every single time. Eventually needle number 1's going to be over here, and then it's going to be at the top of the thing, just until you're tired of making them lean and go around. When you think, oh, my sock is long enough, then that's when you end the pattern.
I don't know, this might get too confusing, but it looks like you have 3 needles up on one side and on your cylinder. On your cylinder.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I was thinking of the last pattern.
Okay.
Oh, geez, thank you. Okay, that's gonna put me off, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm. It's gonna make me off. You know what, we're just not gonna worry about this too much. Actually, I can fix it over here. I'm just gonna have, because I'm not gonna save this, I'm gonna rip it back out. But it's supposed to have been that one up. What's that one doing? There's another stitch that didn't knit. See, it's a lot easier when nobody's watching. Okay. I usually do this when I'm alone in my studio. No interruptions. Till my husband walks in and says, "Hey," and I hit the ceiling, and because I was there alone and I had no idea he was coming. I have a bicycle bell outside my studio, and he's supposed to ring it when he comes in. Somewhere here I got off, and I don't know where. Just gonna leave that down. 3, 3, 3, 3. Oh, right there. Where'd it go? Sorry about that. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So if you want them to do, go one way than the other,
Okay, the way you do that, this traveling tuck stitch is going, that would be counterclockwise around the cylinder. Well, if you move your stitch number 1 marker clockwise, it's going to tip the other way. And if you say, okay, I'm going to do this 4 times, you're going to probably want a piece of paper beside you. So you go 1 and do it and get 4. And then the next time you're going to start moving back the other way, and then the other way.
and then you just,
And
it just goes to the right.
and then you really will get the lean.
Depending on how long you want it.
There we go.
And can you mention what's the most impactful, what's the best yard for each of these 2 patterns?
These 2 patterns, the domino will work with anything, it'll show up with anything striped. If you do a solid color, you're not really, you just see a little bit of it, but it doesn't really show up. Stripes are the best for it. And, you know, that can be Fair Isle stripes. That could be, you know, regular stripes. If you download the pattern from CSM Supplies, I have multiple ones. I show like 1 up 4 down, 1 up 5 down. I don't remember which other ones I did, but it changes the look completely. The reason I like to demo this instead of just hand you the pattern is because people think that, oh, I'm going to do this 3 times and then I start over again. No. You just keep going. This number 1, next time will be over here, the next time will be here, the next time here, the next time here. It just keeps going. And I think it has a really neat effect. I have never done it down the top of the foot because that gets confusing where you start because you don't have anything coming up to it. This, like I said, this was a part of the Stripes Interrupted class. There's actually a couple patterns in here, or a couple patterns shown that the directions are not in here because they are purchased patterns and I can't share those. But the rest of them are all in here. And there's pyramid stitch. Anybody done pyramid stitch or mini pyramid stitch? There's one called Leaning Diamonds, I think. And anyway, there's a lot of different ones. And I made a bunch of copies because people have been asking me for them. And I will have at least a dozen copies of the whole class from 2 years ago, sitting at my table back there. And all I ask is $3 donation for just making copies and everything. And there's one of those pins with it. And they're just there until they're gone. I have a couple of the other patterns that are in there. I think I could show it here. You'll do it. This is, we call it the raspberry stitch. And you can see this one was a stripe, just a very narrow stripe. Up here, you'd never guess that was a stripe. It doesn't look striped at all, but it's a really nice texture. And I just did that with a hung hem. You don't have to know how to rib. And that again is tuck stitch. It's 2 up, 2 down. And it tells in the instructions, you know, how many rows to do. And then the next time you move needles, it's the opposite. Whatever was down is now up. Thank you. And this is it done just on a solid or a semi-solid. And again, it's just texture. And because it's a tuck stitch, that means when you have needles up, it doesn't knit those needles. So you can see there's a lot of needles that won't be knit as it goes around. So it kind of compresses the sock this way. So if you normally knit a sock that's 100 rows, it's going to take more than 100 rows to get to that same size sock. I tend to wear my socks short. That's why all these are short. And another tuck stitch. Oh, and I can tell you the story about the raspberry stitch. The reason it's called the raspberry stitch is because I was at 2 different crank-ins where Deb Oswald showed a lot of stitches. Like she had this pair of raspberry colored socks and she said, oh, these are my raspberry socks. And she didn't remember what the name of the stitch was. She told me how to do it. And so I wrote it in my little book, Deb's Raspberry Socks. And now they've kind of become a raspberry stitch. I don't know, but that's a fun one to do.
Can I ask you something? You said 2 up and 2 down. How many rows of that and how many things do you also?
It's in this pattern. I don't know off the top of my head. I always have to look it up.
I'll look at it.
And then this one it's kind of an alternating tuck stitch. So it makes this interesting little design. And I've heard it called different things, but usually it's called the pyramid stitch. Here's one that was even done down the top of the foot on a, was that one a stripe? No, that one was not a stripe. But this will kind of mess with the stripe too and make interesting things with it. And then there's also in there, there's a directions for a mini pyramid, which is just, you know, done on fewer stitches, a lot more up and down with your needles, but I guess that's it. But it's a really highly textured pattern and it looks really cool.
Do you use Lycra in yours?
Sometimes, this last one coming through, that's got Lycra in it. You can kind of tell looking at it, it's got Lycra in it. I think a couple pairs.
But it doesn't interfere with what you're doing, if it's in there or not in there.
No. I guess if somebody else wants a nice copy, they can have my copy, because I don't need it. So if somebody has a paper one and wants a cardstock one.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I could, okay.
The width around?
Does it affect the width?
Yeah.
A little bit, but tuck stitches, like the pyramid stitch, will pull in some. The dominoes really doesn't seem to do much. I'm going to take this off just so if you could want to see what this ended up looking like. And we only did a few rows. Come on. Thank you. You can see the waves and the wave stitch. And you can see the starting to bend of the stripe for the domino stitch. It's very impressive if you get about 4 inches or more, because then they just lean so nicely. I really like it. I'm gonna rewind this striped one, the small striped one, because I don't want to waste any of it. You know, I want it for a pair of socks. The green I have a whole coat of, so I'm fine with that. Anybody have any other questions?
What book is it that you said had all the pattern done?
Pardon?
You said that it was a book. Yeah, but which one?
It's not a book. It was this class I taught,
Oh.
and I have the handout, and as long as they last, it's just $3 a piece just for printing them out and,
Okay, is that your name?
pardon? Yeah, I mean, if you have money here, that's fine, or I'm gonna put it back at my table. I'm back in the corner I'm the one that has the covers. Yeah, I think I have at least a dozen. And everybody can have a pin, so if you wanna try the stitches, you know, come up and just pick a little pin marker. And then I just store these with my needles, whatever you store your needles in, then they're always available. Anything else? Oh, thank you.
And what's the secret of that? It's, yeah, exactly. It's a little $50 box. Yeah. Mine's have some, but merino gases. Yeah, but. That's like, it's in there. The verbs are better. Is it a thing? Got it.
Y'all ready to start?
Yes.
How's everybody doing today?
Great.
Having a good time?
Yes.
And you got the other ribbon class already?
Yes.
Was that not informative?
It was.
So who went home with a headache? My first couple of years with the company, that's the way I felt every day. There's so much information, and just because I do one thing my way, doesn't mean that that's what you have to do. There's so much of it that everybody's got 1,000 different ways of doing it. Whatever you find that works for you, do that. Just because Susie does it or Jamie does it, doesn't mean you have to. If you're successful with it, stick with it. We're going to talk today just about river timing. And we're doing some real basic stuff with it because we feel like giving you a good base of information is where we all need to start. When I first started ribbing, the lady that was training me told me I had 3 months. I needed to rib for 3 months before I did anything else. I personally thought she was just cruel, but after doing that, it became so much second nature that I could see problems before they became a big problem. And that's one thing I try to emphasize to everyone. Don't knit faster than you can see, especially with ribbing. The little latches don't open when they're supposed to, you're gonna have a mess. And a lot of times you have to cut off, start all over again. So ribbing is very frustrating, especially when you're first starting. If you give yourself patience, time, and I also like to joke and tell people when I started ribbing is when I started drinking. Margaritas help a lot. But we want to first talk about our needles, and we're going to emphasize on the ribbing needle and a little bit of anatomy of the needle. We have the latch of the needle, which is right there. Then we're going to have the hook of the needle, which is right there. We're going to stress today from the pin of the latch, which I believe they call the crux. Why, I have no idea. From the pin of the latch on that ramp that goes down to the needle tip. That's where we want our yarn to fall when we're ribbing. As long as we're in there, preferably in the middle of it, we have a little bit of leeway back and forth. And the machines are built off of a free-floating system. So they've got a little bit of play with them all the way around. And purposely, they did that 100 years ago, 100 plus years ago, because they didn't use bearings. You know, it wasn't worth it. And when Pee Wee replicated the machine, he stayed that way, which I think was a testament to him, because he wanted to keep everything as original as possible. You know, don't get me wrong, they have advanced some things like a hybrid system, which is amazing, by the way. How many of you all have ever ribbed with the first generation system? You have only one person? You are the unlucky one, aren't you? I started with it, and the first generation system had 2 screws in the top of it. That's how you adjusted the timing line, was twisted until you got the right position. It was a nightmare. Absolutely a nightmare. You move it just a little bit and it made a mile of difference on the machine. So I finally got mine right when I was learning, and Pee Wee asked me, well, how did you do that? And I said, I don't know, but I'm welding that sucker right there. So that is one that fortunately none of you will have to. With the hybrid system, I'm sure you all had little problems getting it in and out of the holder on it. Just a quick explanation. The pin here and the receptacle for it is a 1/2 thousandth of an inch difference. That is about 1/5 the thickness of a piece of paper. So it is very tight, and it needs to be that way so you don't get that massive movement in your ribbing system. So be patient with it. Try to tell everyone when you're putting your ribber arm in, grab it by the spine. If you grab it up here, it's real easy to have it tilted one way or the other way. If you hold it by the spine, it stays up much straighter. Then when you insert it in, it goes in a lot easier. Don't force it. Once it starts to slide in, let it sit in a natural state, and from the side, pinch it, and it'll drop right down. It makes it a lot easier. You're not forcing it, and sadly, if you have ever forced it into it, the metal will gall, the aluminum will gall to each other, and it is a booger to get back apart after you've done that. I've had to beat mine apart a couple times. I have the benefit of going to the shop and fixing things. Y'all don't. So on our ribbing system, just quick anatomy, we have a 1/4 inch dry pin. And how many of y'all lost that one so far? I think I got 4 or 5 of them in my kitchen drawer because I keep dropping little buggers. Then our timing adjustment is actually done by this screw here. Most of them are a Phillips head screw, and there is a nut on the front of it, which is actually a jam nut. That is one, if you're traveling, when you get to where you're going, make sure that is tight. If it is not tight on there, it doesn't have to be killer tight, just good and snug. But if it is not tight on there, odds are your timing changed. Vibrations from your car driving and like that tends to loosen nuts and bolts up. So that is something to be aware of. We also have our tension for your ribber stitch right there. And it just got a nice little arrow that shows you which way is tighter, which way is looser. I have never had a use to move mine. I left it in the middle, and for 7 years, I've been knitting with it in the middle. Now, I'm sure there are uses for it. I don't get extravagant in things anymore. The most extravagant thing I ever made was a bikini. I have a tanning bed at home, and I made my girlfriend a bikini for the tanning bed. And that's the only time I ever adjusted that, and I only moved it a little bitty tiny bit, and it made a huge difference. We're also going to use our selector switch, and it has an in and out conveniently on it. And that black wire, well, that one's tight, is what moves it in and out. In play means it's in play, meaning your needles will move in and out of the ribbing system. Out of play means the needles stay in and they do not come out. So it is out of play. Keep in mind, when you put it over, I don't know if you all hear it or not, but when you put it in position, it will snap. That's what you need to hear. If you don't hear that snap, it's not all the way in. And the track inside of it, pull it apart real quick to show you. The track inside of it right here is ground, and it is polished so that it will line up with itself. If you don't hear that snap, it's not there, and it's going to jam up. So if you don't hear that snap, back off, push it back into place until you hear that snap. That is probably one of the bigger problems that I personally had when I first started knitting. I got a little lazy. Maybe one too many margaritas, who knows? I didn't slide it back over, and it kept jamming up. I took it apart, brought it into the shop, polished on it, and realized that I didn't have it all the way in play. This came up earlier today, so we'll mention it real quick too. A lot of y'all will probably see a difference in our ribber dials. We have 2 different ribber dials just by the difference of times. This is an older one, if you will, and it has a much smaller pocket inside of it. If you have one like this with a smaller pocket, you do not need a rick washer. We call it a rick washer because one of the guys at shop came up with the idea. If you have one of the newer style, it has got like a 2-inch pocket inside here. You need that rick washer. We had a problem when we first started making them that way, that the fins were super thin and the needles would sometimes hit those fins and bend them, then they would not work. So we cut that pocket bigger inside of it and had a problem with the needles laying over to the side and moving forward to go into play, and they would jam up. So we couldn't figure out what to do with it. Spent weeks fighting with it, arguing with it. Pee-wee talked to many engineer different friends about it. And Rick, who is our gear hob at the shop, he's been there for 28 years, phenomenal. Y'all saw him at the tours, I'm sure. Great guy. He said, why don't you just put a washer in there so they won't go back too far? We were literally looking at redesigning the entire tappet plate to fix that problem, and Rick came up with a 38-cent washer that stopped the problem. So he's kind of the genius for the next 10 years. When you put your ribbing system together, I like to tell everyone to take it with the pin, the bottom of the pin, lay that on your hand, preferably on one of your fingers, so you support that. Let it sit in your hand at a natural state. We don't want to pinch it because then we've got binding. Then you want to take your rubber arm, set it right on top, and there's a tight tolerance on that as well, so be patient with it. Let it sit at a natural state. Then tighten up the jammed bolt on the side of it. You want to get that fairly snug. You don't have to put pliers to it, but fairly snug with your hands. Because when this drops down, you will get a gap in there. That's over exaggerated, but just a few of you all I've seen this weekend that have had a gap in there. And that just creates a lot of problems because it lets your tappet plate pull up. Then your needles will jump out, you'll drop stitches left and right and not know what's going on. So always keep in mind, everything is supposed to be tight together. Now this one, we've already got it casted on. We've got yarn run through it, trying to save some time. So we're going to drop our ribbing system into it. Don't forget your pin. So I'm going to take my tappet plate and put it up against that pin. That's actually a drive pin. Then I'm going to put my fin. We have a fin here, and the cylinder has a pin. I'm sure you've all seen that. I'm so used to doing it in the front that I have a very hard time in the back. And a couple of y'all have done that, which really confuses me. It's all personal preference. So we're going to put that fin on the right-hand side of that pin. And there will be a black, red, blue, whatever color that's painted on there to show you where to put it in. So we're going to slide that in next to the pin. We're going to go in between the yarn. Sometimes if you're doing half pitch, you can't go in between the yarn. That's where you'll do a little bit of fighting with it. But we'll slide it down in. And we can hear that it dropped all the way down. And we'll tighten up the brass jam nut on the back of it. And you want to grab a hold of your rubber dial and give it a little shake. If you hear that clicking, I'm on the wrong side. Let me switch that over. If you hear that clicking, then you know that there's nothing obstructing your pin to your fin. That does not click, so I got it in the wrong position. There we can hear it. So we know it's in the right place. Tighten up the jam screw on the side of it. Then visually look, and I'm using a 36 rubber dial, which most of you do not have. Most of you have the 72. So just use every other needle on it. But you want to line up one of the slots on your rubber dial where you're going to put needles in over the top of one of the empty slots on your cylinder. And that's how we're going to get everything lined up. I start with just one. We want to do quadrants when we're starting. So we check to make sure that it's knitting right here, over here, and back here, because it will be a little bit different. Not drastically, but a little bit. And a little bit can go a long way. So I'm going to put in one needle, make sure it's far enough in to crank around, then slowly crank around, and I mean slowly crank around until I see my yarn start to fall on top of the needle, just like that. Now, if you look at that one, you can see that the yarn is falling a little bit forward of the center of that hook and where the latch is, which we want it to fall more towards the center to give us more room for error, if you will. But right now, we're not going to adjust on this particular one because I want to see how it's doing in all four quadrants. If I adjust on it here, I might screw it up over here. So we'll put one 180 degrees from it. And we'll do the same thing. Just watch where it falls on that. don't know if you can see that or not. No, that looks like we're falling just about in the center of it. So I do have a little bit of variance on it. I'm not going to fight with that. As long as we're hitting on that open area of that little ramp right there, that's where our yarn needs to be. And to adjust that, if you have to, we're going to take the pin out and we're going to go back to that screw that's on the top of your tappet plate. Now, I hope I'm not going to tell you this wrong, but if you screw it counterclockwise, that's going to advance the needle, meaning it'll come in and out faster. So I recommend to everyone do a quarter to an eighth of an inch to a quarter, not inch, excuse me, eighth of a turn to quarter turn at a time. It's a lot easier with a Phillips screw in there because you can watch how much the little head of it moves. You can also use the little ribs on your screwdriver and see how much you're turning it over. So we'll advance this one a little bit just so we can see it. And anytime you move it, that nut in the front, snug it up. You don't want it to move back on you without your knowledge. Then crank around and see where it's falling. Oh, I forgot to put the pin in. Yeah, I'm a lot of help, aren't I? There we go. Of course, I'm gonna drop half of everything over here, but that's all right. There it goes. Now it's pulling back in. Let me get over the side here where you can see. And you can see now I'm more towards the middle of that ramp on that pin. And that is where we want our timing to fall. Once you get the two sides right, we'll call that 3 and 9 o'clock, then we're going to do 6 and 12. I feel confident after watching it fall on both sides that I can put both of my needles in front and back and be in pretty good position. If you don't feel confident about it, which comes with time, do one. Then you can watch it, adjust if you need to, then do the other one. But we'll put one. I dropped so many stitches I lost place. One in the front, and we'll put one in the back. Always make sure your latches are open. I'm sure we've all had that problem before. And we'll crank around real slowly until we see where it falls. And that one's a little bit far forward, but I know my two sides are in real good shape, so I don't want to adjust for just one needle. Then we'll crank around to the back, let it open, and watch where it falls on that too. That one falls really good. So we've got one that's slightly out of place. Not going to adjust anything on that because we know that the other three are falling really good. We'll load it up all the way and then knit all the way around. And if we see something acting up on us, then we will go ahead and adjust. But yes, ma'am.
So when you adjusted that screw before the river pin, which direction did you turn it?
I went counterclockwise, and that advanced the timing more.
Okay.
So
Okay.
clockwise would retard the timing.
Okay.
When you say advanced, you're saying that it's moving the yarn closer to the center of the river or farther out?
Closer to the center. It makes the needle come in faster or slower, yeah. And I hope I'm not telling you that backwards.
And then that was, this 9 and 3, but what if it had been on 6 and 12?
We would make minor adjustments just like we did for the 9 and 3, and then check all 4 quadrants just to make sure we don't mess everything up.
So once you've adjusted it, that these were, if you adjusted again for these, is there a different screw for those?
No, it's the same adjustment on it because it's a free floating system and we'll move it a little bit. That's why we want a little bit of room for variations in it. We want to find the happy medium on all 4 quadrants. That's really what we're looking for, is the happy medium on it. Sometimes if you're doing a half pitch, that is really, really hard to find because now you have 72 needles in your cylinder, 72 needles in your river. That's a lot of needles. And you have to be 100% on your timing with that. So be very patient with that one. And always start with, I recommend everyone start with your scrap yarn, your waste yarn, get everything ironed out, put all your needles in everywhere, do 25, 50 rows to make sure you're confident with it, then take your scrap yarn off and go to your project yarn. And we don't want to waste our project yarn because we all know they can get kind of pricey for the project yarn. So we'll go ahead and load this up some more. Does anybody have any questions while we're doing this? No one.
Plates interchangeable between different kinds of machines?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are river plates interchangeable in terms of size, diameter with other kinds of machines?
There are some that are the antique Laguerres. These our machine was replicated off of, so they are. But when you talk about antique machines, you have to keep in mind that after 100 years, that metal changes. We've gotten a few people call that when we buy our cylinder, put an antique machine. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how out of shape it is. Because after 100 years, the cast iron metal doesn't stay round. It gets a little egg shaped, Lord only knows what happened to it in 100 years time. But yeah, pretty much so they are interchangeable. There are some like Laguerres that they use the same ribber needle, the Laguerres do, but they do not use the same cylinder needles. They're a little bit shorter, have a little bit more of what we call a belly to them on the needles. That's the only machines I can speak for. The auto knitter, I have never knitted on one, but I've been told they use the exact same needles.
I think they have a smaller diameter cylinder.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, I saw one last weekend and it looked a little littler.
Yeah, the newer machines that have come out in the last 3 or 4 years, I know zero about. It's because this is what we do. I should say, a few people ask too, if once your timing is set for your 72-72, if you go to a 48-48 or the 54-54, will the timing be the same? And there's kind of a two-part answer to that. Maybe. I don't know if you've all noticed it or not, but if you use scrap yarn and then go to project yarn, it changes. It depends upon how flexible the yarn is. It depends upon the temperature, the humidity. There's a lot of factors that go into it. So don't depend on going from your 72 to your 48 and it being spot on. You'll probably have to adjust a little bit. Magnetism. Has anybody ever experienced magnetism on their machine? That magnetism is probably one of the veins of our existence in the knitting world. We had a crank-in a few years ago where we had some electrical storms in the area, and everybody, literally everybody, could not knit. The little latches up here would not cooperate. And now, as we all know, the latches they do what they're supposed to do by the yarn. The yarn pulls them open, the yarn pulls them closed. So if you don't have yarn on there, they're not going to work. And when magnetism comes into it, it pulls the latch shut for no reason. Magnetism. Now, they call it a degausser or a demagnetizer. That's the machine that solves that problem. At Crank-In, we had the problems with Rod and I spent literally 6 hours demagnetizing everything in that building.
How did you demagnetize those needles with that little?
The degausser.
I'm sorry?
The degausser.
Yeah, how did you do that with Amazon makes one, they're $8.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious, what's the proper way to do your needles if you're?
Now, is that the one that's got a little red button on it?
Yeah.
I've worked with that one before. Found out the hard way. If you don't push that little red button, it does not demagnetize. It magnetizes them. So remember to push that little button. With ours, we have, it's not an industrial one, but it's a bigger unit, if you will. You put it on one side and literally slide it across to the other side, and it reverses the polarity in the metal, and it demagnetizes it. And I tell everyone, if you're demagnetizing your equipment, demagnetize everything. Your screwdriver, your wrench, your pliers, the pins, everything. Take no chances.
So you're saying push the button and slide your needles across?
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
All the time?
I do a handful. If your table's big enough on a demagnetizer, you can do 10, 12, 15, whatever fit on there, because it is strong enough to handle that. And it'll make some pretty horrid noises when you slide it across, at least ours does. But it does its job. It will not 100% demagnetize them, but it does enough where the latches do not act up. Now, check for magnetism, because we brought it up. It's not ribbing, I apologize for that part. But to check the magnetism, my favorite way is to get a compass. If you hold a compass up, take something that's magnetized and move it towards the compass, north will go to that because it's magnetic north. So that's a quick, easy way to check for it. And if you hold it out from your machine and pull it towards your machine and the compass pulls to your machine, something's magnetized. And that's why we tell people to demagnetize everything. Take your machine completely apart, take all your needles, demagnetize everything you can. The things on our machine that can be magnetized, obviously the 1/4-inch pin, the little arm up here. You don't have to take that arm out, just slide it across the degausser. It will demagnetize it. The nuts and bolts can get magnetized, so everything that you can.
And you have to have one of those degasser things?
That's the only way efficiently I can tell you how to do it, yes. Now, there are other ways that I've seen on the internet, but I don't know that I want to spend hours rubbing something on a piece of metal to get it to demagnetize.
So what causes your, besides the electrical storms, for just the normal person, for your machine to become magnetized?
We have had some experiences where folks that were knitting with their iPads or their laptops next to the computer, the electrical current in the computer can also magnetize things. So we tell people,
For my cell phone,
yeah,
and when I picked up my cell phone, I had my sister, I couldn't find my scissors, there were my scissors. Hooked on, I magnetized to my phone.
yeah, we tell folks if you're going to have, I like to use my iPad to watch, to follow patterns and things with. If you're going to use that 2 or 3 feet away, that way you take no chances.
The old technology is like, you better stay away from me.
Yes. Excuse me.
Daryl, the machine, are the new machines in your park to be magnetized before they leave ERLBACHER?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we do a two-step process as we produce them, and when they come in the back, for me to assemble them, I assemble and test and, whatever. We all wear a lot of hats at the shop. We demagnetize things there. There are certain operations that we do, we know magnetize. If we cut something in a orbital saw, that will magnetize it, so we demagnetize those. We do it at the station where they're operating, and we also do it before we assemble. That's not to say that during shipping, because UPS is real kind. I'm sure you've all gotten boxes for them that would just beat to tar. They're the same way with our machines as well. Our old UPS guy, we got to know him pretty good, and we asked him, what good does this fragile sticker do? And he literally said, it means we'll throw it 10 feet, not 20. Are you kidding me? Okay, we've got it loaded up in, so we're going to go ahead and knit around. And again, don't knit faster than you can see, especially for your first half a dozen rows, if not more. When I was learning how to knit, it took me probably 3 or 4 hours to make one sock because I did not want to drop anything. I'm terrible at fixing stitches. They look horrid, so I would rather not drop it here. Then I don't have to fix it later on. So I'm literally watching all of my latches, make sure that they open. I'm watching in the front of the ribbing, and I'm watching back behind it to make sure that the latches are closing and that it's working as it should. I kind of hope this one would be worse than this so that we could do a little bit more adjustments on it. But it's working fairly well, and I'm watching where the yarn falls all the way around. I'm sorry?
I'll go get my machine.
Well, we are here today until probably 5, 6-ish. It depends on when Grayson says, go home before we leave. And we'll be here tomorrow all day. So if you have any questions, any problems, please don't hesitate to grab either one of us. That looks good. The other thing to watch that affects our ribbing too is position of our yarn carrier. We've adjusted a half a dozen or so of those this week too at the crank-in. We like to tell people the position of the yarn carrier to the cylinder needles. You want about the thickness of a credit card. Now that is not gospel. That's just a good reference point to start with. Thicker yarns, you want to be a little bit further back. Thinner yarns, you can be a little bit closer. You have to find that sweet spot. It's not that difficult, but when you do make adjustments, baby steps. Baby steps with everything. If you're adjusting your ribber, make baby steps. Small adjustments, just do multiple of them until you get where you need to be. If you over adjust, going back is harder than it is going forward. Height of it, same way there. On the top of your ribber needles, you want about the thickness of a credit card off of the ribber needles to the bottom of your yarn carrier. Couldn't remember the name of it there for a minute. And that is really the basics of setting your ribbon. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, the first one, I understood the bottom
Mm-hmm.
with the thickness of the credit card, but I was thinking left to right between the 2 yarn carriers, but that's not what you're saying. The thickness of the credit card between the needles and that front plate?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
Yeah, they won't, about the things to the credit card. A lot of them, we started doing this somewhat recently, thanks to Mr. Pete. He's pretty amazing. I don't know if you all met him or not, but he's been involved in this project since day one. We started cantering that top back just by bending a little bit, and be gentle. It is brass, but that gives you a little bit more open access for your yarn to flow down through here. You want it closer at the bottom, a little bit further away at the top. That's why we started bending them backwards. Gives us a little bit more room to play with. And most of our processes in knitting, we're trying to trap that yarn in the position where it needs to be at. So if we find ways where we can force it to go where we want it to, that's what we're going to do. Any other questions? No? Well, that's really all that we have today.
That little fin on the bottom of your river,
Oh, yes, thank you for bringing that up.
do you ever adjust that or?
You will have to, depending on, like if you do a half pitch, you've got much more yarn in there, and it's not going to be the same position as if you're doing every other needle like we have here. So you'll have to adjust that fin to keep the alignment of the slots for the river to the cylinder. So that's one that you will find frequently. You do have to adjust. Usually it's not much, so baby steps with that also. I like to put my hand on that little fin, loosen up the 2 little screws, and then just slowly bump it forward, then snug it up again. You know, I'll pull my river out 4 or 5 different times and adjust until I get it right. And it does move.
On the fin, left or right, is there a way to know?
It's kind of backwards. If you look at it and I'm out of center that way, let's say, if that shows up on there very well, you can see I'm almost over the top of the other needles. I want my rubber dial to move forward on it, so I have to move my pin backwards. And yeah, that would be counterclockwise if you're looking at the bottom of it. So yes, it'd be to the left. Yeah, that is one that after you do it half a dozen times or so, it will register with you. Until you do it a few times, you're going to do it backwards. Everybody does. Yeah, it's just something you will develop over time.
Would you talk about where the slots are supposed to be in relationship to the needles? The river slots with the cylinder slots?
If you're doing like we're doing here, one river runs one cylinder all the way across, you want the river needles to be over the top of the empty cylinder. You know, that's the point there. It doesn't have to be perfectly in the center because it will move, but as long as it comes in and out unobstructed, that's what you're after. You know, if you're really close and it's not obstructing it, I don't recommend you take it apart and start all over again. If it doesn't obstruct it and it's knitting, knit with it. You know, if it creates problems for you, then do something about it. If you're doing half pitch, where you have every needle in the cylinder, every needle in the dial, then you want the river dial needles to come out literally over the fin between the needles. And it's a lot more difficult there. So that's, again, patience. You got to be really patient with that one. Now that knitting, what'd I call it? Forgot the name now. Half pitch. I've only done that once myself, and I was very, very frustrated with it because it was so temperamental. But give it the time. Be patient with it.
Yeah, so I'm stuck. I'm just going to say it in front of everybody. What's the difference between half pitch and full pitch? I don't know what that term means. I don't either.
The full pitch, if you will, is like we have here. You have one cylinder needle, one river needle, and it's an empty slot for the cylinder needle. Then we have another cylinder needle, a river needle, empty slot. So that would be 1 and 1. Yeah.
So the slot on the cylinder is going to match the slot on the river.
Okay.
Yes.
Half pitch is when the slot on the river is between the 2 slots on the cylinder.
All right. So I have a 36 river dial on 72. So that's a half pitch.
No.
If you move it up half pitch, the total number of stitches that you can get between rivet and knit is 36 plus 72.
Yeah.
Okay, because the river needles go
If you're doing
knit
it
separately.
right?
Make it
Yeah,
half.
72, it's going to be 72. Your river needles, you can do 36 or 72, whatever, but you're going to have 72. If you do the half pitch, you have an additional space needle 72, right?
Right.
So you get a position one in between all of those needles, so you get that many more stitches around, right? So you're gonna get 100 and whatever, right?
And what kind of application would you perhaps?
Hats.
Bigger round.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you can't fit such a kind of hat, but you can fit one. Sometimes I have to do that for, people with big calves, they add the extra stitches when they get up to a certain point because you can't get the sock bar on the big calf. That's the shape.
I see. Okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
had no idea.
When you talk about adjusting the height of the.
Yep. To adjust the height, I should have brought that up. Thank you. I appreciate that.
How high should it be? Is there, because say you put a river, put a needle in, but you put it in sideways, you put it in straight up, you put it in.
Well, we put the needle in the rubber dial so it's going to be in a natural state where it's going to come in and out. Then we want to adjust our yarn carrier so it's about the thickness of a credit card over the top of that rubber needle. And to adjust that, on the side of the machine, we have the counter arrow, and then down here, there's a Phillips head screw. So you just want to loosen that screw up and tap your, on top of the screw here so you don't scratch anything, tap your, tap it, no, doggone it, yarn carrier, tap your yarn carrier down or tap it up to get to the right position, then snug up the Phillips screw on the side of it again. Now, it's minor adjustments, baby steps, again, yes.
But the dial.
Raising a motion dial.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, absolutely. On the bottom of the rubber arm fits it into a rubber arm holder.
Right.
And on the bottom where your brass screw, your thumb screw is here, right below that on the bottom of it, there is a Allen wrench that fits into that. And you can literally, I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but you put it up inside that little set screw. And when we crank it left, or excuse me, I'm going clockwise, that's raising our rubber dial. And you can do it counterclockwise to lower your rubber dial. And that little bugger, every once in a while, can get loose on you too, and it will back itself out. So if you see your height changing on your rubber dial, check that.
So what's the ideal, or is there an ideal space between?
The factory settings, we like to call it where we start at a baseline, is the thickness of your lifter tool. If you can fit that lifter tool in between your rubber dial and your cylinder, and there's not tons of movement in there, that's a good base to start with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone on YouTube was saying like your needle, I'm like, when you put it in sideways, you put it in.
Yeah, I've always used that because that's consistent. If they tell you to use a needle, like you said, which way are you going to hold it? You're going to hold it sideways, front way? Yeah, a lot of variations there. That's the same thickness all the way around, so you're safer using that. And again, that's a reference point. Start with that, and you can customize it from there for your preference.
What size is that adjuster tool?
It's a 3/32 Allen wrench. Yeah, this is an older one. We don't use these little hands anymore, but we actually weld it into a wing nut. It's a lot easier to work with.
I'm just thinking if I lose it, what would I ask for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3/32 Allen wrench. Yeah, absolutely. And if you do get a set of Allen wrenches to work on a machine with, I do not recommend the sets that fold in on themselves. They come a little silver or blue or whatever color thing like that, because you don't have as much range of motion with those if you do. Get a set that they pull out. You get a lot more use out of that.
And you don't want the short ones usually, you want the longer ones.
It does make it, yeah, because you will hit the paint and you don't want to scratch your paint up. Any other questions? No? Well, that's all we have for you. Don't forget, we are here. If you have any questions, holler at us. Thank you all very much. Yes, ma'am.
72.
Right. So we are going to make a sock. Let me get going live. That's not good. All right. Okay, we are live on TikTok. Is this going to be in the way for you?
Oh, no, I think
It's all right. If you guys want to just come up here, feel free. Just grab a chair and come right up if you would like.
That's good.
Oh, more people are coming. Feel free to come on in close.
We get together round.
Yeah.
Two little ones instead of one big bottle.
So last year, uh-oh, what's happening here? Where's my mirror? Do you guys have a mirror? It's been so handy.
No, that's a great idea.
There we go. No, why aren't you go? Oh, it's because my cord is all wrapped everywhere. That would be it. All right, welcome. We got 2 viewers online. Woo! Okay, so I like to make socks. I don't know about you guys, but I love to make socks. And I sit in my guest room where I have my table set up, and I have my little phone here, and I have my thing, and I got a speaker, and I usually play music, and we do some singing along. And you know, if there's nobody watching, then there's a lot of music. And if there's people watching and they ask questions, then you know, less music, more chatty chat. But we have had like some fun moments. You know, when I mess up, it's really taught me a lot how to like be patient like with myself, like because when there's the pressure of everybody watching and you make a mistake, you really got to just be calm and, you know, just figure out how to get through it or whether it's even worth it and you got to start over. So it's been really fun for me. And if you're not on TikTok, it's really kind of a neat app. You can participate if you want. Like I started making videos and it was great fun. Or you can just watch and comment and hang out. And there are so many niches to explore, whatever your interests are. There's a lot of I have my circular sock making on there. There's a lot of, can you hand me my yellow waste yarn, please? Thank you. There's a lot of crafts on there. Knitting, crocheting, spinning, loom, the big circular knitting machines. There was a lady on there that went kind of viral over the pandemic, and she was like, I'm making hats. It was pretty funny. Someone's texting me. Let's turn that sound off. All right, we got 55 people on here. Crispy says, hi, Amy. Hey, Crispy. We're at the convention. How are you doing? Crispy has a sock machine. She couldn't make it. We are very disappointed, Crispy, that you didn't make it. In fact, I did post a video in the first day, and I was like, if you're here, come and say hi. This is where I'm sitting. But I knew that no one was here because they all commented on my video and said, I'm not there this year. Next year, I'll be there next year. So anyway, so we like to sit and make socks. Today, I'm going to make a roll top sock. It's going to be a lot like the ones I had on today. Like that. Cute. With a cheeky little over the ankle stripe, which is one of my favorite little things to do. And let's get my ravel cord. And I know that y'all, a lot of people here know me from YouTube because of the YouTube videos. Some lady, I can't remember who it was. She was like, when I kitchen her, I hear your voice. I thought that was super sweet.
That was me.
That was you?
That was me.
I thought that was the sweetest. Okay, so we got our ravel cord. Do you guys use ravel cord?
I love that stuff.
It's great.
It
I used to
helps
use
me.
the crochet cotton. And then I got fishing line. Someone gave me some fishing line at my local crank-in, and I used it for a good 8 months. It didn't break. It didn't, yeah, it was fantastic. And there was a lady on TikTok who kept trying to send me some. She was like, I'm sending you what I use. This fishing line is the best. But it kept getting returned to sender. Oh. So I just bought it because I was like, she knows.
Is it a certain gauge fishing line?
It's like a braided 30
Like spider
pound.
wire, I think
Yeah,
it's
something.
called.
I have
I
mine
got
with
a
me.
50 and it works fine, but I've heard on there it's like 65.
All right, I got a
So,
problem
but I-
here.
We got some that was 60, but my wife can use it, it's too fine, even though it's braided.
So I have a problem on my hair. I got 2 needles. I got yarn crossing over 2 needles. The way to fix that, you know, you got to lift one, go around, and then lower. But I already started my ripcord. Curses.
Oh, well.
Oh, I didn't bring any needles with me. Does anyone have?
Just like on the video.
Oh, I got my lash up here. Okay, just like on the videos. I did upload a video to 2 videos actually to YouTube. This is a thing I do is I always put the camera too close and then I'm hitting it. Oh, Jade is online. Casey. Oh, John spotted it. John spotted that I had dropped a stitch. Sometimes I tell people online to be like, I was like, you know, I'm not perfect, people. You're going to have to, if you spot something, if you see something, say something. Especially when I'm doing an ERAP.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is your job. You get to watch me, but in return, I need your help.
That's funny.
All right, let's get these needles lifted for our ERAP. I am nervous, y'all.
Yeah,
I hope you guys, I hope that we have fun.
You just have to break out into song. That'll calm you.
That will, it usually does. And you know, I'm a singer. I love to sing, and so it's like, and also it's very good for your like mental health.
Just pretend we're the cats.
Yeah, the cats. Oh, you know what? This is too soon. That doesn't go in yet. All right, so here's our yarn we're going to use. This is from Hue Loco. It's got nice goldy burnt orange, and it's got some teal in there too. Teal, and then I'm going to do my cheeky stripe with this pretty dark teal.
Nice.
Would you call that teal? Yeah. So that's going to be fun. Now, when I do the stripe over the ankle, yeah, I just stop however many rows. So if I want to, I'm going to do let's do an 8-row stripe. And I always do 33 rows on my pre-heel ankle. Bloop. Let's get this here.
33 rows, and that includes the roll.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the entire ankle.
The entire
Yeah.
ankle. Okay.
Don't be nervous. Just think, it's like your regular live. Hey, Carmel, how you doing, sweetie? Let's see who else said. Crispy says hi. John says hi. You can go viral for throwing your phone into boiling oil. Last year, I was making chili crisp. Have you guys heard of chili crisp? Like, you can buy it at Trader Joe's. Well, people were making it on TikTok, and you know, I am nothing if not a slave to the fads and fashions of the day. So I was like, I want to make me some chili crisp. Hey,
You're making too much noise in there, and I couldn't hear you.
welcome. So I was making chili crisp, and I had like a pan, and I had it pretty, you know, like I had like maybe 1 inch, 2 inches free at the top. It wasn't a big enough pan, and I dumped and it was hot oil, and I dumped my onion, shallots, and my garlic in there, and it started bubbling over, going crazy, and I had my phone there on a little tripod, and I bumped it, and my phone went right into the drink, and of course that one went viral. And 1 million people saw it, and 1 million people were commenting saying, wow, she can't cook at all. Look at her. Well, a couple of people did, like, there's websites and things that like will buy that kind of thing, and I got some offers, and I was like, well, what are you gonna give me? And they're like $300. I'm like, I'm gonna need more than that. I'm a star.
Do you know who I am?
That was the big, they were like, how did that phone work? And it was amazing because I pulled it out and it's this phone right here. It was crazy. Yes, everyone wanted to know what is that? It's an Android, it's a Pixel 6. It's a Google Pixel. So yeah, it just shut itself off. It said overheating. Shut down.
You should contact Google and.
let them use that.
Yes,
That would be a
exactly.
wonderful, that would be a good,
Like
yeah.
those old Timex watches that, you know.
kept on ticking.
Yeah.
Kept on ticking. Take a licking and keep
Take a
on
look
ticking.
and kept on.
So yeah, that was John. Thanks a lot. Or was it Carmel? It was Carmel who said that, wasn't it? On here. Hey, Connie's on here. Connie's in the other room. She's watching. Haza. Hey, Haza. Sorry.
I said I was in the other room, but I couldn't hear you, and I was like, wait a second, let me go find her.
Yep, here we are. So, do you guys have any questions? I could tell you how TikTok works, or anything you have questions about that.
How'd you start on TikTok?
You know, it was during the pandemic, and I heard about it, and I thought, well, I'm going to go check it out. And so I did, and it only took like a few weeks before I was like, well, I'm going to make some content, and started, you know, filming my cats and cooking and whatnot. And, you know, I do all kinds of stuff.
Yes.
There's like family stuff on there. There's a lot of cooking. I like to make eggs on the weekend, and I always flip the eggs, and I film it like every time. So, yeah, some people are probably real sick of
waffle recipe on there.
There you go. You need to get on there. Yes.
I wonder if toast making would count.
Toast making. I make toast. I make avocado toast, and I made some sardine toast.
Okay,
That was I was like, yeah, some people were doing like a lot of tinned fish things, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna try that. Like, I'm gonna see what that is. It was like okay. It was okay. Anyway, so
good cat food. I have a question.
yeah, ask away.
Why do you wrap?
So okay, good question. So when do you sew, or do you ever use sewn? You know how when you buy fabric, it's got the selvage edge?
Ah, okay.
So what we're doing is we're creating a selvage, which is a finished, I went too far. Y'all, it's all y'all's fault.
Oh, yeah. It is.
Okay, there we go. We got it. So the E-wrap, if you consider, it's called an E-wrap because it's make little cursive E's.
Okay.
And so the E-wrap, if you think about the little line of cursive E's, and then we're going to come up through it and pull the yarn down. You know, we're going to come up, grab the yarn and pull it down, and then that isn't going to come undone. It's a selvage. It's a finished edge that won't unravel. So anytime you start the sock, if you're not going to finish it somehow, you know, you're going to have to finish it off the machine, or you got to put a selvage on there. So we're going to knit through our selvage. I like to keep my heel spring off for this. You know, I bought the mirror, but my yarn always catches on this, and now it's got even more. So I need to be like a little, now we have the mirror, we have that. We need like a little barricade or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. They come up with such good ideas. Someone will probably solve that problem by the next homecoming. All right, so this one doesn't count as my row. I don't count that, but we're going to reset my row counter. And I like to just clean the lint off.
And so people like to see that. Is that right?
Yeah, they do. You guys like to watch it. Carmel, I love all the content. I think this is your new thing. Stand-up comedy socks.
Oh.
It was me who
We knew
reminded
that a long time ago.
You know,
You never watched her, you know, she's a comedian. And she likes to sing.
I do like to sing.
See?
So you watch me on TikTok?
I've
Or
watched
just
you. I told
YouTube?
you, YouTube is how I first learned about you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, but you're on TikTok too?
I'm on TikTok.
What's your username?
Well, no, I haven't really put anything out yet.
But
no.
you've been on there? Have
Yes.
you talked to me? What's your username?
No, I've never talked to you.
Oh, sweetie. You
I
gotta
never
say
talked to
hi. You gotta say hi, 81 people who are watching. Okay, so we're at row 3. We're gonna do, okay, we've got to think about it. I didn't bring my log, but I usually write it down. 33, because I got big feet. I got fat ankles. Like, you guys probably don't need 33 rows, but I like it to be well up on my ankle. 33 rows. Let's do an 8-row stripe. So I'm gonna stop on 29 and change yarns. Let's do it. Woo! Jade says hi. 20 rows. What did I say? 29, 28, 29. I didn't bring scissors. No, I did. Oh, shoot. All right, let's cut that yarn.
What's the name of that yarn again?
This is Hue Logo. I have the yarn band. I can bring it over to you, and it is pretty. It is pretty. Look at that. Ooh, so good.
It's kind of fallish colors. I really
Yeah,
like
it really is. Yeah, it's not a very spring sock, is it? I
That's
bought
okay.
this yarn
Hey,
over
you know,
Christmas.
I've got on fall socks too. So.
Yeah.
And you do a full Russian join on these, or
I don't.
just weave them,
Nope.
just
Nope.
overlap?
You know what I used to do is, so I overlap about 4 needles.
Okay.
And I learned this from Rosalind. I want to give credit where credit is due. This is how Rosalind did it. And I watched her video long, long ago on YouTube.
So it's basically,
So I overlap. I just let this yarn dangle, take the slack up a little bit. I take this yarn and I hold it kind of, not, you know, it's super tight, but taut until the first needle that has both of them in there.
I see. Yeah.
Until they both go down. And then this is anchored. This yarn isn't going anywhere. So then I put my heel spring on, and here's this little love. We love to show the TikTok.
Oh, they like that.
I think I'm the one who likes it. Especially when there's music playing and you can strum, you know. Anyway, so I used to then also weave. This is what Rosalind would do. But after 4 years, I'm like, that's not going anywher. I don't do it anymore.
Makes it thick. It makes it thicker.
A little,
If you do it, it kind of shows to me. If you do So it. then
you can
when you're done, you just trim that off.
I trim it like
it's basically woven in there.
Exactly.
Just because it's
Exactly. People, I think Jamie has a method of like changing yarns for heels and toes where you don't have to cut it. I should maybe check it out. But a part of me is like,
I've done it. You kind of overlap like this. You do get a little bit of extra, but you overlap like 4 stitches like this.
Okay.
You know, the old over the new.
All right, now it's time to do our heel.
How many you did?
I did 4 more rows. Yep, I'm at 33 now. Jade says, ooh, for the yarn. That's the other thing is, sometimes I get so focused on the sock because I don't check comments enough. Sorry, Jade, I didn't check your comments soon enough. All right, so now it's time for our heel. I like to do a deep heel, so I have mine marked 3+ needles in pink, and that's where I begin. And I just do, I don't know what this heel is called. I just lift. Well, it's just the one at a time heel. It's like the standard heel, isn't it?
Lift a needle, crank a row.
Yeah. I learned on a vintage machine. I had to make these myself. So when I finally was like, this piece of shit, I just kept using these. However, we weighed them. I think I used the Colorado crankers. When I made these, I was going off what she said on her website. And I think I made the big one 12, 10, and then these 2 smaller ones 8. But y'all's are like almost a pound each. So I think I might ditch mine and just put the weight on it and keep my forks. Okay. Let's zip through this, shall we? I do the magic no wrap. Do you guys do that at all? Anyone doesn't know what it is? What in the world is that? Yeah, I'd be happy to show you. It's dangerous though. It's dangerous. It's super dangerous. It is also called the suicide wrap. I don't really like to call it that. I like the magic no wrap. Also, I have a campaign I'd like to introduce you all to. I think we should not call it waste yarn anymore. I should have made up flyers and passed them out. That would have been fun. Because the noble waste yarn deserves much better. We should call it replaceable yarn or wonderful yarn or reusable yarn. Yes, reusable yarn. Recycled yarn. It's not waste yarn. It's so useful. Poor waste yarn. So maligned. So misunderstood. Yeah, so this is really tight. I like it.
So you like the
I think it
fabric?
might be a smidge too tight though. That's fine. Hey, Nika. Nika says, hi, how are you? We are doing good, Nika. How are you doing? Sometimes people distract me and I mess up. So we're not going to let that happen today.
If you had somebody who knew what knitting was, would you like to have a second person helping you, or is it really?
Like with the live?
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, I've got moderators that will answer questions and things.
good.
Yeah, it's very handy. My folks, my peeps are so handy. Nika is good. Nika's doing good. Yeah, I've got people who've been watching me a while, and they've like formed their own little community. Like, oh, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. And how is so and so? And how's the baby? And you know, it's just fun.
Are you pulling up 2 at a time now?
Yes, I am going to be demoing this tomorrow. I'm going to show you a rounded toe, which I love. I think that the if you look at your foot, some people's toes are like way down, like their little toe, their baby toe is like way down. My husband's is this way. And some of them are kind of just straight across. Mine is like that. So if I were making it for my husband, I probably wouldn't do a rounded toe because I benefit from like the kind of harder edges of the non-rounded toe, you know. But he doesn't wear my socks, so so yeah, it's so when you do it 2 at a time, when you do, I have the let's get the hair up, that'll help. So I have the last 4 needles of my heel and toe marked in red, and I do them 2 at a time, and then when I go back up, I do those 2 at a time too. So I'm actually going up now. So do you mind if I hold this camera to show the wrap?
Do you want me to try to, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to talk to you.
I don't mind holding it. I'm pretty sure what.
So I don't mind holding it. But I just want to show a real good close up of the magic no wrap.
Which
over here? Actually, I could do it over here. Let's do it over here. Okay, so when you do a wrap, can you take it out?
Yeah.
And I'll hold it so people can really see. So when you do a wrap, does it focus? Okay, there it goes. So when you do a wrap, this yarn is on the outside, right? Yeah. On the outside of your yarn, and then it comes around in front, and that's the yarn that gets knit as a new stitch. Thank you. Not focusing here. Okay, so there's 2 strands, the one in the back and the one in front, right? 2 strands, that's the important part. When we do a magic no wrap, what we're gonna do is these were up, we're gonna lower them down until the yarn is nestled right in the little armpit, right underneath the latch. And then it's gonna come around, the yarn is gonna be under the latch, and then it's gonna be over the latch, 2 strands, the same. We had 2 strands when it was behind. We have 2 strands when it's in front. You do have to watch it like a hawk to make sure it doesn't drop. That's why they call it the suicide.
And the 2 at a time is just those first ones. You'll be doing the same procedure on all the other ones.
Yes, yes. And it works on the 2. And it's really nice because the latch kind of sticks out, and then it just gets, my yarn carry comes along and it sits on top of it, so it's not going to go anywhere.
And you get good at seeing if it's going to.
Yeah. I do get like nervous sometimes. And, kind of miss it. Oh, I get nervous sometimes. Like if I'm having a bad sock day, I will just manually do it because I'm like, we're not taking any chances today. Not today, Satan. So, sometimes you just got to judge your mental health capacity for doing hard stuff. And but I do like the magic no wrap a lot.
Yeah, I'm good.
Can you get out?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Amy giving a class? Yes, I am. Is it a class? I don't know if it's really a class. We're doing a live demo.
It's entertaining.
Hey, little G dog, how you doing, sweetie? Wishing I was there with you. John bought a machine because of this TikTok.
Oh, nice. I hope you
We
got a
wish
good
you were
mission.
here, John.
We wish you were here too, John. We all do. What was that?
Amy,
Yeah,
do they know where you're at?
they do. Yes. Elizabeth was here last year and she bought a machine, and we know each other on TikTok. She wanted to come this year, but she couldn't make it. John was planning to come, but then he had a medical pet emergency. So that's just, you know, the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes the fun things have to wait.
Now, would you say what you're doing, this no wrap,
Uh-huh.
by placing the needle where you're doing it, it is wrapping. It's just doing it.
Yes.
So you're letting
Yes.
the needle
It's
do the
wrapping it
wrap.
around the latch.
So when people take their pick hook and manually wrap it,
Does the
this
same
does the
thing.
same.
It really does. That's why I like to point out that there's 2 strands both times.
Both
It's
times.
wrapping
That was
around the
a
back
good- yeah.
or it's wrapping around the latch. Either way, you've got those
That
2
was
strands.
brilliant. Okay, got it.
So yeah, it's
When you
definitely.
do the wrap though, you put it down opposite to where your yarn is, or the same side?
It's, you don't have to move it. You don't have to move the yarn. That's the benefit. So if I were wrapping it normally, I would grab it and just pop it in the back. And then there's a strand in the back and a strand in
Right.
front.
And it's exactly the same
It's
thing.
the exact same thing. I just lower it until the latch is sitting on our working yarn. Just enough. If you go down too far, it's gonna close. We don't want that.
But some people put it back into where opposite to where their carrier is.
That's a different
That's
heel.
also
That's,
totally
that's,
different.
I don't do that heel,
Yeah.
so I don't know about that.
And then there's 2 up, 1 down. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. One. All right, and then for my very last needle, this is my target where I started. I am going to take that yarn and wrap it behind our last needle and its neighbor.
The tall man.
The toe man?
Yeah, tall.
Tall man.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I lift
So,
needle.
I'm not sure I understood that.
Come on over, I got one more to do. So this right here is my last needle, pink. I have it marked in pink. So I'm gonna lower it down and then it's not just gonna go behind that needle, it's also gonna go behind that needle.
Okay.
And that
And it-
prevents the little hole, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
so I've been doing where I stop one needle
Yes.
before,
That's
and
right.
that,
There we go.
You do that
to
too.
the hole from
Yes.
happening.
Yep.
Yeah, I do the same.
That's
Okay.
I
But
like
it
it.
does the same
Stop
thing.
before
for-
and doing it too.
So you are
Like one.
kind of
so
increasing,
three.
going around.
Pretty.
Right.
Well, this
Put it in work and stuff.
I cannot watch it.
Right, then
You
you
can
I send it
teach
to
some
you.
of these classes.
Instead of
But,
doing 2 more passes.
I can't post it on
But it's
TikTok,
gonna
it'll be
start
too
then.
long. They only have 10-minute videos.
Okay.
I could post it on YouTube.
Yes.
I could do that. I'll do that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
TikTok is
You know.
only 10 minutes.
So our heel is done. I'm gonna reset our row counter. I don't know about you guys, but I have little rituals I do. And one of them is, okay, so we're gonna do, it was 5 rows, right? 1, 2, 3, no, it was 4 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna go, oh, yeah. We set the row counter. We're technically on the foot, but I'm not changing yarns yet. 4 rows.
To get that beautiful stripe on the
And now we're gonna change yarns. I've been doing it a while and I have like the favorite socks that I make. And I know I get like a little too set in my ways, you know? So coming to conferences and things and seeing all the different things that everybody is doing is always so much fun
Isn't it?
because,
Yeah.
But to perfect one is really good.
Yeah.
it's
I've
true.
made quite a few, but not well enough to make a maid.
Oh.
So I got lots of savers.
So for my yarn change, I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna just get that first needle down. And then once it's down, I can set my heel spring. Oop, let's make sure that's right. And now I got a big size 10 foot. I'm gonna do 76 rows. But let's stop on 74 and change yarn for the choke. Okay. Whee! And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna load up some funny TikToks to show y'all. Log in. I don't want to log in. Can't I just be a guest?
There's any more way around it. Just gotta use it.
If you get on it, you stay on it for hours.
That's what my
the
son said,
problem.
don't
Don't get on it.
Don't do it. I waste enough time on Facebook.
Well, let your sock machine take away from your Facebook. I've been reading it.
Sure, yeah. So I have this, the question is, what is this black thingy I have? So I bought this handle from Celeste and it's heavier than the wooden handles. So you can like, technically you should just be able to tighten this and it'll all be fine, but it's not. So this is a counterweight just to get it balanced. And they also have some little adhesive weights that go on the inside that have now fallen off since coming to this conference. So yeah, it's on my reference sheet. I have a page on my blog that has links to everything. Okay.
Apparently they don't make them anymore, right, gentlemen? But there's a code that you can get somewhere that you
Yeah.
can have it printed.
Thingiverse, yeah, probably.
Probably.
Talk to the other lady there.
I need to find that out because I would like to have one on my other, on one of the other machines.
Come on, that's the one.
So you have one machine, did you find?
Well, there'll probably be a visit right now.
They were on row 27.
Look at your multitasking.
Has anyone said hi? Carmel is hoping to come next year. I know, I'm doing great. Little dog is doing great. I'm hoping to come next year. Awesome. Check your email for a code.
She's got a whole pass.
Come on.
Her name is on machines.
I wouldn't mind, I'm so in
Oh,
love
well, I
with
might
some-
not. I might have to show you later.
I think she'll be
Yeah, she usually comes, but she didn't come this year. Yeah, but you can get it to match your machine.
Oh, nice.
We're on row 54. We're almost there. Sometimes I do like get the little, it's like we have a funny moment on the TikTok live. I will take a little, I'll cut that part out and post it on TikTok later. And it's been crazy. Like I'll drop a stitch and then I'll be like, you guys, I don't know if I have the insurance policy to handle this. 73, 74. Ooh, let's change yarn.
Switch up the yarn. Contrasting toe with the same teal, right?
Yep. You know what I really like to do also is, you know, those pull tab socks with the hung hem?
Yes.
I love those with contrasting cuff and toe. Because then it's like little bookmarks, you know, on the sock. Oh,
Yeah.
It's just nice. That's a nice one.
And you've never had this join fail in,
I've only started doing this year.
okay.
I used to like then go in and sometimes I still, if I'm like in a mood, like, I don't know, the world is being iffy with me.
Yes.
The world is out to
Secure
get me.
the
I better
ends.
weave it in. And then when I did, I used to do like 4 and then like a year, I only did 2. Now I just do like 2 needles. I would just do that. I'd go round and that's it. This is giving COVID vibes when I started watching you. Jeff generally forgot how satisfying this is. Haza, you've been away too long. So now I'm on row 76. Haza, are you in England now? Or was that someone else? Sometimes I get people mixed up. All right, let's do a toe. The other thing is all Kitchener on the live, and then people love it when I pull out the waist yarn, which I love. So, I mean, what's not to love?
When I miss a stitch, that's not to love.
No, that is definitely not
Or
to love.
split the, what are we calling it? Waist yarn, not waist yarn,
Recycled yarn.
All right, now the other thing I like to do is we go on a little field trip.
we better straighten up.
We gotta-
I thought you were gonna show us.
We got to go in there. Woo! We've manufactured a tunnel into Narnia.
Oh, yeah.
let's look at the heel forks on there. We're gonna get those guys off. Oh my gosh, he's hanging on by one tine.
Oh, boy.
And then I like to give a little shot of the heel. Ooh, it's looking good. Isn't it, Haza? I know, right? I've been in England. I'd love to come in America one day though. Oh my gosh, he lives in England. Haza lives in, see, I forget. I'm sorry, Haza, I forgot that you were living in England. Were you going to France? Your girlfriend was moving to France? I can't remember anymore. Getting old sucks when your memory can't remember stuff. Okay, watching pull the waist yarn is very satisfying, Carmel says.
Yeah.
So I got my heel forks on. We're still up to 75 people. That's fun. I'm so glad y'all are here. Sometimes I'll get like a big bump and there'll be like 200 people watching and then it'll drop down to like 5.
Did I say something?
Exactly. I think just sometimes that's just what TikTok does. Like it'll show it and then, anyway, it won't show it to the right people and then they all leave. So.
And is it monetizable? Or?
It is. And I am on there, but I don't get enough views. So basically you have to have a certain criteria that your video makes. The lives are monetized a different way. So people can give gifts. People can give gifts. And they do. They do give gifts. And that will, I'll get like 15 cents from a live. It's great fun.
Okay.
I did have, and then the videos that you post, those are kind of qualified in a different way. And they have to have over 1,000 views, which I often don't get. Like sometimes I will, great. And then it can't be like a stitch or a duet, which means you've like kind of taken someone else's post and now you're responding to them.
Okay.
So it has to be your own post. It's crazy because I was laying in bed one night and I have a gel called Voltaren gel. It's for arthritis joints. You know what it is.
Oh, yeah.
And I was smearing it and I was like, the packaging on this is amazing. Like if you think about the little tubes, you like the screw on it is big. It's like a gear. So you can grab it and it clicks when it's shut. You don't just have to keep tightening it, hoping it's closed.
So
and then
when you do it at night in the dark.
Yes. And then even when you open a new tube, usually you unscrew the cap and it's got the little pointy thing.
Yeah.
And you have to stab it.
Yeah.
It has, I can't even remember what it was now. I'll just have to show you the video. But I made it like late at night one day and I was like, you guys just look at this product packaging. It's the best ever. Like it's for people with arthritis who have joint pain and they've made it so usable, user friendly for this exact kind of people.
Yeah.
And that has gotten like 25,000 views. I've made like $25 on it. So that's nice. But I'm like, you couldn't have shown an egg flip, You couldn't have shown me being funny on making a sock. I don't know. Why can't you show that anyway? So it's yeah. So there is monetization to be made, but I'm not really making a lot of money. You guys have gotten off somewhere. You all have been just so entertaining and delightful that I have made a mistake.
I blame Carmel.
So
Yep.
it was Carmel. It was Carmel. So I've got one up and then my red is down, but over here I still have one down.
An expert can finesse this.
I know. Well, I'm gonna fudge it. We're just gonna go 2 up here.
Let's see.
And we're gonna do 3 up over here. And I might have to just come in and close a little gap over there, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah. Sometimes what I will like to say is, I know the police aren't gonna pull me over and be like, ma'am, I'm gonna need to see those signs. I do believe there's a hole right there. I'm gonna have to take you in. I am not a perfectionist in any shape or form, in any other area. But when I'm making a sock, I want it done right. And I have kind of gotten over it a little bit. And I think that's also why I was really tied up into knots when I try to make socks for other people, because I want them to fit right. And it's just so hard to try and when I was starting out, I was like, I can't make you a sock unless your foot is right here. And I can, try it on you. And it was hard. I've gotten better with that now, but it's better to give up those perfectionist ways. We're almost done. You guys, thank you for coming and watching the TikTok live. And I do want to show you one. It was a yarn pull for that my mom has passed on, but I had her pull out a yarn, and she has Alzheimer's. This one did go viral, actually. That's not. What is happening? It keeps wanting me to choose the same shape. Oh, okay. So harder to log on to things nowadays. Maximum number of attempts. Try again. Good Lord. I might have to show you online. I like to have 2 devices, one to stream and then one to play music on usually.
Yes, at the same time.
Yeah. I hope I didn't mess this up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're good. Oh no, wait, that one's going down. It's going to be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I messed it up, you guys.
I think it was on the last one.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it was the last one.
I could take it back, but by the way, I uploaded 2 videos to YouTube
Recently?
last night.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, I guess it's done.
All right, this is my last show, and I'm going to do a demo on this tomorrow. I'm going to do the rounded toe. So and then I'm going to do a Kitchener. When I finish my toe, I have 1 needle up over here on this side. No, this guy is up, and I have 1 needle up here. Now, if you think about it, we got, like, let's just say it's 20 rows on one side and 20 rows on the other side. And then you put a Kitchener row in. That's 21, right? So if you put both of these needles down, and then your Kitchener makes it even instead of off by 1. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, I don't know.
Ending at 9 o'clock. That's the thing.
Could you turn the light on? Would you mind?
Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what I was looking for, but I didn't see it on and off.
That's not it, but no, it's the right thing.
It's crazy. The light went off.
It's the end of the world.
Oh, someone else on here saying, what is going on?
Oh.
Where can I buy such a machine? Hello, Pokaha. There's someone with a Russian alphabet name. Maybe not Russian. Carmel is innocent, by the way.
Oh, I don't know.
And my commenters are telling them what it is. It's an ERLBACHER.
Yeah.
When you need to make it smaller, do you cast off or do you decrease or do you put a stitch? You'd put a stitch. If I need to make it smaller, I do less rows. If I need to make it bigger in diameter, I use a different cylinder. I think I have this yarn.
The reusable yarn.
Reusable yarn.
Not a lot of contrast there, Amy, but I think your eyes are good for it.
You're right. There isn't. Let's use the yellow. No, you're right. I don't want that. Sometimes I miss these kind of things.
Yeah. That yellow was pretty bright.
Yes. I recently bought some white, and it's just so nice to have the crisp white right there.
Yeah.
You know, if it works, that's a good contrast, it would be a good contrast. But what were you going
Do
to
you
say?
still give people you have a spreadsheet of what you keep track of all your
I
stitches?
do, and my blog was trying to make it a secure site. Like I needed a certificate, and so I installed one, and then I installed like a plugin, and then it broke it, and so everyone was like, I can't get to your page that has all the stuff, the log,
That
and
might be something, you know what we're talking about, right?
but that is fixed now, so I can send you the link.
So especially when you do one side, it's good to take it out so you make a match. There's that.
I've used it for some time now.
And then if you want to reproduce a set of socks that you like, you can look back at your notes.
Okay.
It's a really nice, Amy has a nice one.
All right, we're all done. Hey, Edri. In fact, I met one lady off TikTok. Edri lives in the same town as me, but we have not met. And there was another lady who lived in Boulder, which is just, very close by. And I said, you should come to my knitting group. And she joined my knitting group. It was great.
Oh, that's so good.
Yes. All right. I did want to just show you, but I don't think it's going to let me. All right, we're going to end the live. So thank you for joining me, guys. I'll be on another time. Much obliged. Thank you. There's always a little lag, so I'll let it sit here for a minute. But I do want to just show you the one with my mom because it's so cute. And then maybe one other video from TikTok Live. And now. No, someone said no. Let's do one. Can I broadcast it on there? Because I want some plugs. I want people to join it.
I don't know if it will because it's connected to StreamYard, but yeah, you can do that.
That's what I meant.
Oh,
Look at that.
how'd you do that? Isn't that neat? It's not coming apart. Nope, I stitched it together. You what? I stitched them together first. Oh. What you think? All the way out? Yeah, keep pulling. That is a beautiful sock. I want it. It's yours. It's too big. No, you've got the other one on right now. I do.
Isn't that sweet?
That's so
Yes.
nice.
Let me find one more. I posted this to Facebook, pretty sure. Usually when I start on the healer toe, I have a little mantra that I do. And I think I posted it. Let me find it. I'm like, we're gonna make a good sock. We're gonna make a good heel. It's gonna be the best heel ever in the world.
Maybe I should practice.
Here we go. One more, and then we'll call it over.
We're right at the end of the sock. We're gonna do the toe. And what are we gonna do? We're gonna make a good toe. We're gonna make an awesome toe. This toe is gonna be the best toe that has ever lived. Go toe! Pay attention. We're gonna remember what we're doing.
All right.
I don't know what to do with
That
that.
was good. All right, you guys, thanks so much for coming. And I hope I'll